Members that we love, that we've lost them because I like to keep this tradition going. Right. So this is a toast to family.
To family.
The Black Cleaner, Nate's Odyssey, traveling while black, real stories, no filters. Follow the journey across the world we've roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth, the Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told.
Shout out to Travel PLV, another hit.
No filters, no pretending. Follow the journey, real stories, never ending. From Panama nights to Cartagena views, trying to understand life from a different point of view. Conversations get deep when the camera's cut on, talking purpose, pain, and trying to stay strong. Traveling while black in a world full of judgment, trying to find freedom while escaping the dysfunction. Some people chasing money, some searching for healing, others just trying to understand what they really feeling. Nate's Odyssey, every episode authentic, talking real life lessons people scared to mention. Relationships changing, friendship fading slow, trying to find your purpose while still learning to grow. Follow the journey across the world we roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth, the Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters, no pretending. No, follow the journey, real stories, never ending. Messy love Mondays in them late night talks, money mindset streams while we question our thoughts. Building abroad but discovering yourself, learning real freedom ain't just wealth. Black fatigue conversations hit different at night, trying to carry pressure while still chasing the light. Every live stream feel like therapy sessions, helping people navigate pain and direction. No fake flexing, just honest reflections. Travel stories mixed with life confessions. The beauty and struggle of the global economy, trying to elevate beyond survival mentally. If you ever felt lost, if you ever needed change, if you ever question life, this journey might feel the same. Follow the journey across the world we roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Trying to build through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth. The Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters, no pretending. Follow the journey, real stories, never ending. Travel, culture, relationships, reinvention. The Black Cleaner, follow the journey.
Yeah. What's going on?
Follow the journey. Yeah.
Yes, another Monday. Happy Monday, everybody. It is I, the cuddler. Yeah. Black Cleaner presents Real Talk with Nate. I'm your host, the Black Cleaner, and I got my co-host, my cousin, my fam right next to me. Introduce yourself, cousin.
I am Cool King, aka Mr. LCA. That's lights, camera, action.
Facts.
AKA Showtime. Let's go.
What's going on, fam? How's everything today?
Side, you already know.
Facts. So, how was your weekend?
It was good. It was good.
Okay,
No
that's
complaints.
that's new. You usually be like same old. So evidently you must have did something different.
Right, right. Damn, I'm trying to
Yeah,
find this Spurs OKC game right now. First round of that. I didn't mean to change the vibe real quick, but I'm gonna find
you good, you good. Yeah, I'm over here trying to figure this thing out, man. I swear. Well, I need somebody. I need a board person. I'm hiring y'all. Whoever wants to be the board person, let me know. Man, the boards for me. As
Yay.
y'all can see. I mean, I could do it on my phone, but this time I was trying to be different and do it on my laptop, which is actually more confusing because as I said, I'm blind, I can't see.
All right, I got it. Here
But
we go.
it's all good. We're gonna make it happen. Let me see who's I'm getting
Like
comments
always,
already. Uh-oh.
that's what we do. Let's go. We got comments. We ain't even start conversation yet. Okay.
Yeah, what's good to y'all? What's good to y'all? Let me all right, we getting live over here in the comment section. I guess everybody's interested in this topic, but I wanted to say this. Shout out to Travel POV because he was the
Shout
one
out
that
to
did this song.
POV.
And it was I was looking for an outro song. And I gave him a beat and I was like, yo, could you make this my outro song? And he was saying, yeah, I'll try. Let me see what I can do. But the outro song was a little bit more, I mean, the beat that I gave him was a little bit more Afro beats. So when he when he sent me this, I was like, in the beginning, I was like, man, this is kind of slow, man. I didn't, I'm not feeling it. Then he was all like, yo, did you listen
Oh,
to the words? I'm like, yeah, I heard the words. But
that shit
this
that
song
shit got
really,
grit. That shit got grime. It feels rugged and it feels like an outro.
it actually feels
So
more like an
people
intro.
continue to follow the journey. Real talk with Nate, the black cleaner. Let's go.
Oh man, this is another song he gonna be talking about. Like, yo, can you play that?
No, I'm not. I'm gonna let you do what you do because I'm tired of being rejected. You can only reject me so many times, nigga. I'm over it. You
But
feel me?
shoot, I was playing this song out all Friday because he gave it to me. I think it was like Thursday or Friday. So after I did the live with the
Oh,
fellas on my other shout out to Charlie Chan, I put this on and I was going to sleep and I was like, yo, this is actually a nice tune. This is a nice tune. I just need to get a video person to do it. I thought I had a video person to do my video, uh, but she didn't do it. She called me racist.
hold up. What you mean? Why she call you racist?
It's a long story. You would have to watch Charlie Chan's TV live. So we was having a discussion on it, and she's from Africa. So and actually, I'm actually going to have a next week. We're going to actually talk about race and relationships. On next week's topic. That's what we're going to talk about because
Yeah, we got to talk about how Africa don't feel connected to Afro American Negroes
all of
because
that,
that's
all of
wild
that.
to me.
We're gonna talk about all of that because there's, me, fam, you already know. You saw in the video how we was brought up. We was brought up in a loving black family. Our generation before us, they were pro-black. They were all about family and working together to be able to, thrive
Be a
and
unit.
as a unit, but also to be equal. They didn't want us to be like or align ourselves to white folk. You know what I'm saying? Even when I was going to an all-white school, you know, when I was in Mecca, they would, you know, even in the MECO program, when we would go to lunch, nobody would, I mean, there was only a couple of kids that would go sit with the white kids, but it was like segregated even in the lunchroom because we had our own black table. Even when I was in the military, in the Navy, I didn't go sit with no white folks in the mess deck. We had our own black table. So I've always been around my brothers, you know, all through my life. And that's where I feel secure at. That's where I feel comfortable at. So anytime I go any place in the world, the first thing I look for is my people because that's where I feel comfortable at. It's not that I'm against anybody else. And as I always tell people, just because I'm pro-black doesn't mean that I'm anti-white. It's just
Right.
that, especially when you live in Boston and up
Everybody
north.
wants to find where they fit in. Like, come on, yo. You know?
Exactly. But in Boston and in these up north areas, you notice that racism, you know, they're liberal. So, you know, they're a little bit more covert with it. They'll tolerate you and smile with you until they get amongst their groups. And then as soon as they get amongst their groups, now they like Malcolm X talked about it, the sly foxes. So you really experience a lot of that when you live up north. You know, that microaggression, you know, those backhanded compliments and
Mm.
stuff like that. So that's why we tend to normally stay to ourselves in our neighborhoods. You know, we'll go out and if we have you know, friends that are white or you know, we'll go party with them and chill with them. But as soon as we finish partying and chilling, we just go back home and go chill with our friends and our family. That's how it's always been. You know, you have a couple of outliers that, you know, will do that. But also, too, I'm pro hip hop. You know what I'm saying? I'm pro R&B. I'm pro jazz. I'm pro reggae. I'm pro Afro beats. I'm pro spoken word. That's my element that I live in. So I don't listen to anything that's, you know, classic rock. I know some of the songs because I went to an all-white school, but that wasn't, you know, the flavor that I was feeling. Same thing with country. Even when I was down south, I knew about Randy Travis and Dwight Yoakam and those people, but I didn't purchase their music or buy their music or stuff like that. I listened to, you know, all of my hip hop people, you know, 8 Ball and MJG, UGK, Spice One, Outkast, Goody Mob, you know, when I was down south. Shout out to Little Brother, you know. And then when I you know, got to Atlanta and I, you know, was introduced to the Crystal Chicks. Shout out to the Crystal Chicks, your Erica Badu, you know, Heavenly Milk of Heaven. And how did my cousin say it? He said Sean John and Bubbles. But yeah, I got introduced to the spoken word and, you know, neo soul and all of that. I was rocking in that element, you know, going to all of the open mics and the spoken words, and that was one of the main reasons I loved Atlanta, was because, as they say, it was the Black Mecca. So you could go there and you can see where up in Boston, Black people was all in a one big vacuum per se. If you was interested in other things other than what Black people was interested in, you would be an outlier. So okay, spoken word, for example. All right. I like spoken word ever since I saw the movie Slam. Anybody who knows that movie, haven't seen that movie Slam, go check it out. And I started
Drew
checking
music
out
and
where
spoken
is the
word.
slam poetry or the spoken word. It was in Cambridge near
Okay.
Harvard Square. So now I started venturing out in Cambridge, Harvard Square. Now you start seeing, you know, your white folks, you know, all of the people who's going to the coffee houses and, you know, House of Blues and all of those different places around Boston, to where now you're starting to culture yourself and be able to get involved with people, you know, who were like-minded regardless of color. You know, I would go down to what is it, Lizard Lounge down in Cambridge and Davis Porter Square area. And that's where you would start to see everybody starting to blend and mix together, because now we're there for the art. But but once everything was finished, they would go back to where they lived at, and Marlboro and Marblehead and Andover, and I would go back to Mattapan, Dorchester, Roxbury. That's how basically it went. And then, same. But when I was down in Atlanta, neo soul, okay. Black people who like neo soul go to Apache Cafe. Shout out to Apache Cafe. Back in the days when it was on 3rd Street and Spring Street, right there. Every Wednesday they had the jam session. Every Sunday they would have the open mic, and then they would have arts on Monday. But also too, which I found, they had Afro punks, people that was actually into rock and roll and heavy metal and all of that, goth and all of that. And they were black, and you would see them, dressing just like how we would see the white boys with all black with the leather boots and the chains, in Harvard Square and all of these different places. When you go in the suburbs, Worcester, Framingham, all of these different places in Boston, you would see all the white boys. You would go down to the East Village in Atlanta, East Atlanta Village, and that's what you would see. Or Little Five Points, that's what you would see. You would see the black people dressed like that. So that was one of the things that I did love about black people. I mean, Atlanta, was whatever you was into, there was a whole group of other black people who shared in that same sentiment. And now you're free to be yourself. You don't look weird because you're in the goth music. You're not because in Boston, if you was in goth, you're gonna be with the white folks. They're gonna send your ass right over across the bridge to the white folks, because we don't listen to goth. We listen to Mobb Deep. We listen to back in the days. Shout out to Benzino and RSO and Hangman, and who was the other group that he was down? Wise Guys.
Wise Guys. Hangman 3.
Yeah, Edo G and the Bulldogs. Who else was from Boston that was thorough?
Man, Terror was a part of that whole Wise Guys thing.
Mm-hmm.
You had Jesus, Tank the Juice.
Yeah, you was heavy into that, because I remember, you LNS.
Yeah,
Y'all was out there doing your thing. How many times did you open for some stars back then when you was doing your
anybody and everybody that's from what I'm from and where I'm from. I'm not against nobody where I'm from ever. I love to see a motherfucker do good.
Facts.
I'm about to play that verse.
Hold on 1 second. All right. I was.
All right, so you remember that verse from
Hold on 1 second.
That's me.
Okay. So, thanks a lot for joining us. I was waiting for my guest to come on. He's a brother. He's actually, I call him my anchor, because there's people like him that keep me anchored. Because when you're out here in this travel space and you're dealing with on where I'm from in the travel space, because I'm a little bit younger, so 49. So I try to hang with the young people in the travel space, which they call us the passport bros, which they gave us a bad name, the passport bros. We'll get into that later, but it's brothers like this that don't get me out there too far. You know what I'm saying? When the passport bros is out there doing their thing, and it's like I was watching the Michael Jackson movie, and Michael Jackson was, looking outside at the kids outside playing. And of course he wanted to go outside and play with the kids, but Joe Jackson was like, yo, get away from that window, line up. We about business over here. You got to get back to business. And I'm sure, you know, Michael had a chance to go out there and play a couple of times with the kids, but, you know, he had Joe to keep him on business. So this is my Joe Jackson right here, Coach Lou. Introduce yourself, Coach Lewis.
How you doing, fellas? I'm good. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, he introduced me as Coach Lewis. My name is Louis Pecco. I am Coach Lewis to all my athletes. And they call me Coach Lewis because I coach swimming and diving. Okay.
Nice.
And I've coached water polo, all the sports, surfing.
The water.
You know, I'm from California. I'm from Compton, California. You've heard of that place, right?
Yeah, we heard of California.
It's funny. It's funny you talk about you know, white folks and black folks, and we live in different areas. And I've lived that whole thing. And I grew up in Compton, and you don't think about swimming when you talk about Compton. But there was quite a bit of swimming when I was a kid.
How far is the closest beach from Compton?
As far as what?
How far is the beach from Compton?
10 miles.
Oh, that's close.
People don't even realize that.
All right, that's not bad at all.
We're actually, you've heard of Long Beach, right?
Yes.
We're right next to North Long Beach. Okay, so we're not really that far from the beach. So it's not, okay, so yeah, I was a kid and I was swimming in Compton. Technically, it was an unincorporated county pool, but it was in walking distance from my house. And, you know, my mother used to take us there for swim lessons, and we all learned how to swim. There was 6 siblings, and we'd go to the pool every summer. But, you know, I continued. I was a junior lifeguard at the beach. They had a program back then. They still got the program, but it was pretty good when I was a kid. We'd stay there 8 hours at the beach, and we learned to surf and stuff. But I've always had some relationship with some white kids, you know, through that program, in high school, my best friend was Hispanic, but he's what you call a Blaxican. You've heard of that term?
A bromo.
Yeah. And that's pretty common in LA too. You get Mexican kids who would hang out with black kids and start acting like they're black. Have you seen that?
Yeah,
you know,
of course.
So they adopt some of our culture, and you know, but you know, I'm also okay. Well, let me talk about Panama. Okay, so I spent all my years in LA. Really didn't live anywhere else. But in my older years, my wife and I decided that, you know, maybe the United States is not our future. You know, I was pretty well entrenched in the coaching in LA. I didn't really want to leave, but I did want to learn Spanish. I had been trying to learn Spanish, you know, over the years. But this looked like an opportunity for me. So I agreed and we moved. I still own my house in Compton.
Okay.
And we've been in Panama for 2 years. So I read your flyer, and you're going to talk about, you know, how I came to Panama and what I did to acclimate myself here in Panama, and maybe give someone else an idea of how I got here and what we did here in Panama, and maybe I can help somebody else figure out what they want to do.
Yeah.
So
let me lay the foundation for that, because today's topic, you know, I'm talking to the brother, and it's about brotherhood, travel, and building abroad. And what I started to notice, because I wanted to have another brother that was on here, Chill Capo, me and him talked about behind the scenes, but he wasn't able to come on. Maybe he might come on later. But what I started to notice was, when I started to talk about building abroad or building overseas, you have some brothers that is all good with it, but you always start to find there's a lot of naysayers who will have a reason why they don't want to do it. And it's like, traveling is easy. We can all go and travel and spend money and be a consumer of the good life that is abroad in these different countries. But it's different when now, okay, you done been there. What happens after? When you done been, in the country, you done spent your money, you done had fun, you done met some people. What goes on after that? Are you just going to continue to do that, or do you now want to, do something besides just look? I always say this: look for a comfortable place to die. Do you want to pass on a legacy?
Well, yeah.
So I'll let you go there. I'll let you go on.
Yeah, it's interesting that you said that, because we went to see somebody about services for when one of us goes. I'm here with my wife, right? But someone gave me some advice when I first got here, and he's a guy. He was a jiu-jitsu instructor, right? Black guy. He's here with his wife, but he said, "You're not here on vacation, right? This is not vacation. You're moving, and so what are you going to do? Okay, you don't really know anyone. You just know some of the other expats, right? You don't speak the language, generally speaking, right? So you have to deal with that aspect of it. Now, so the decision to come, I accepted the fact that they got to speak another language here, and that was part of the reason why I wanted to come. I had a lot going on in LA, but I decided, okay, I am now 64 years old, and maybe I want to try something different. So we looked at this trip as an adventure, not a vacation. We came and took a tour, a 2-week tour, to see what it's like, see the countryside. So we went from one end of the country to the other and saw everything, and we did all the touristy stuff, right? But when you're living here, that touristy stuff gets old fast. You're living here now, so what are you going to do? So for me, I wanted to do what I was doing in LA. I was in a rock band, and I was coaching swimming. All right, that's what I was doing. So when I came here, I looked for that, and I didn't find exactly what I was looking for, but I did get a chance to make a connection to the International School of Panama, and I sent in my resume, and they hired me as a coach, not the coach, right? So I'm there 2 days a week, coaching 4th and 5th graders, and it's a blast. Now, and this is an international school, so these kids actually speak English. Some of the coaches don't really speak English, but the kids do, so that worked out. And so I'm just at the end of my 3rd semester there, and if you like coaching, it's a blast. I don't care what country you're in, right? Coaching kids. So I started doing that not long after we got here, maybe about 2 or 3 months after we got here, and it's been good. I was worried about what my wife was going to do for her time here, but she's meeting people and she's figuring it out as she goes. So I was kind of lucky to get that job. But the other thing that I wanted to do was find a band to play in. That didn't happen right away. So our time here was kind of centered around me coaching and us kind of exploring things. My man who was trying to tell me when I got here, he says, you need to have something to do, right? And I've on the tour, we met people, and one lady said, well, she deals with I guess stray animals. That's a thing here. Apparently, they volunteer to do I don't know, animal rescue, whatever. The other thing she says, she does pickleball. I'm like, pickleball? I don't really do pickleball, right? But apparently a lot of expats, retirees, and that's another thing. We're both retired. We're not looking for a job. Now, so you're 49, you said? So people that age are generally looking for some way to support themselves, And a lot of people these days are lucky because they're like digital nomads. Now, so that might work out for somebody. But I know a digital nomad that was here for a couple of years. She went back home. So, but since I've been here, I for the last 4 months, 5 months, I've been with a band, and I've never worked so much. We're doing like 2 and 3 gigs. I just did a gig yesterday, a party, and so
Wow.
yeah, and I got another one Wednesday. So, but I had those skills to bring here, and I think if there's any message that I have to give to people is that before you come here, just you have to visit and see if you like it and deal with it, but you need to be bringing something. You know what I mean? You got to have something to offer. You don't want to come here and ask for a job. You need to be bringing jobs here, starting a business. That's a reality. A good example of that is my man Jeffrey at Daiquiri 23. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jeff at Daiquiri 23. It was funny because when Jeff opened, I was only here for about 4 months when he first opened his shop. Yeah. And pretty much, so his shop has been open as long as I've been here. And now he's thriving.
He's thriving. He moved from the place he had in El Cangrejo, and that wasn't a bad place, but he moved to over there out in Balboa, where it's like part of the mall, and it's got an outdoor patio. I think that place is great.
Yeah.
I haven't been there but one time though, because it's on the other side of town. But I sat down and talked to him, and he is employing Panamanians, and that's what Panama needs. They when expats come here, if they have skills, business skills, like Jeff, I guess he was already a businessman, hustler kind of guy. He knows how to put it together and make money, and it looks like it's working for him, especially since he moved to the new place. So he had something to offer, and he's employing Panamanians. I hope to at some point be able to start a team and employ some Panamanians. That's one of my goals here, is to start a swimming and diving team, and I'm letting that take its course, because you have to keep your eye on the prize. Prepare yourself for when the opportunity presents itself, so that you can step into it. So I've done a lot of coaching in LA. I'm a certified coaching and lifeguard and all that stuff. So when I got here, I'm looking for the opportunities, and so I got one right away. Now it looks like I just submitted my resume through someone at the school to give it to the someone on the Olympic committee.
Okay.
Now I hope that blows up, but you never know what's going to happen. But if you don't put yourself out there, you're never going to find out. So that just happened. So if I get a connection onto the Olympic committee, that'd be great, because Panama does not have a diving team. They don't have diving to speak of. However, they just built a new aquatic facility with a full diving tank, 10 meter, 7 meter, 1 meter, and 3 meter springboards. And so I'm just waiting, because they're going to need diving coaches eventually. So you prepare, and when the opportunity presents itself, you can step right through that door. And look at what you can add to Panama, not not just what it can do for you. You need to be bringing something. I've been very lucky. Didn't realize after 2 years I'd be coaching and in a band, and other opportunities seem available for me as I keep moving forward.
So, Coach, I have to ask you a question, because you touched on a lot of things, and the one thing that I do that you did touch on was the part about bringing something instead of just coming here and just traveling and being a consumer. So
Yeah.
that's going to lead me to my third question, which is collective economics. Do you think collective economics is possible with well, I have to preferably Black folks abroad? Because this is I'm pro-Black, and this is the Black cleaner. So
Right.
we're talking about Black folks. Can we, because everybody else is doing it, so can we come together and participate in collective economics? And what's your opinion on that?
Well, it's definitely possible. Now, what I think we should be thinking about is that if we're actually moving out of the United States, somehow we need to bring in younger people, because retirees are retirees. They're not necessarily looking to work, but people with vision should come here. If you got an idea, you got other people like, okay, Cali Girl left, right? But when I got here, I needed someone to help me with my social media, and they have Charlotte Van Horn has a business to business thing she does on Wednesdays, once a month. So I was going to those meetings, and I let everybody know I was a swim coach and teacher, and I right away got I got a couple of students for the summer right after I got here, and that was pretty sweet. But things like a business to business thing is good, because just by having so many expats here, we have our own economy,
Right.
Yeah, and we need to somehow utilize that. And some people do, because there's a good number of people who look to help expats settle, right? But that market, if you will, is kind of saturated now, isn't it?
Yeah, because you have a lot of people who we all know are trying to pretty much do some of the same thing, where if it's not the whole relocation tour, it's, tours, driving tours, city tours. It's something that is involved in tourism. And that was one of the things that I was talking about when I had my business meeting here at the house last week, where I was talking about there's a whole infrastructure. The tourism aspect of Panama is only an eighth of the money that is generated in Panama. But also, that's a lot of where the majority of the Afro Latinos come, because they're relegated to the underground economy, because, like you said, they don't lack the tool set, and they lack the skill set. So us, as being Black Americans who have a discretionary income, and a lot of us do have the skill set and the tool set, we are able to create the structure that is needed in order to establish ourselves and tap into the mainstream market. And then we can start to pull a lot of the Afro Latinas up with us, similar to what Jeff did with Daiquiri 23. When he established himself and he was able to tap into the mainstream market, the first thing he did, he started hiring Afro Latinos.
That's what it should be, because
exactly.
As expats, we're not supposed to take their jobs like that.
No.
But like, I do work at the school, and this is what I was learning things on the fly. I didn't know all the laws, but they did tell us we're not supposed to be just taking jobs from Panamanians. But there's a thing called a natural person that. Now, are you familiar with DGI, or what the Spanish people call DGI? It's
that's the IRS.
Right, that's the Internal Revenue Service here in Panama. And they do have, for people with certain skills, it's like you're a contractor. You're not an employee, but you have to bill them through the DGI system. and you get paid that way. But it's very similar to like a 1099. You know what I mean? And that was news to me. I got paid. I was thinking I broke the laws, but no, it's a mechanism through the DGI where, okay, I'm a coach. I got a certain skill. The school can only hire so many of them, but they're allowed to. They gotta limit how many hours because if you're taking a job from another coach, they discourage that, but they allow a certain amount. And they do the same thing for teachers, because there's a retired teacher that turned me on to ISP. She was retired, but she still comes back and does some work at the school, but she gets paid as a contractor or a natural person. So that's the term they use. So there's that. But like Jeff, he's doing what I would like to see more people do. They create a business. So Daiquiri 23, it's a restaurant, right? But they cater to the expat crowd. They have game night, they have karaoke night, they entertain the expats to keep them coming in. And it's turned into a place where people new to Panama come and can socialize with other expats, that's the first thing an expat is going to do, is going to look at for the other expats. But after you've been here for a while, you start meeting other people and you start learning a little more Spanish and then a little more Spanish, and you can talk to people a little more freely who may not know English. So I know you have a lot of Colombian friends. Are you fluent in Spanish yet?
I've been here for 3 years, so I speak like a 3-year-old.
Okay. I've been here 2 years. I'm about a 2-year-old. Yeah. But we are willing to learn, and so that's where the Americans have to come here and be willing, because you can get a lot more done if you can talk to them in their own language. Or at least be willing to. And then there's Panamanians who are in the same position in reverse. They want to learn English and they're speaking their broken English. I'm speaking my broken Spanish, but somehow we meet in the middle, But yeah, you got to be willing to interact with the locals. And, since I've been able to move around a little bit, going to the school, and I swim every morning. So they have quite a large swimming community here. No divers, except for scuba diving. They do have that. But there's a lot of swimmers. So I have a lot of places I can go and have a common ground with people, because there's lots of swimming pools. So I do have the opportunity to meet parents of the kids who go to the school, but a lot of them are not Panamanian. A lot of them are American, but a lot of them come from other countries too. But they all seem to know English, So I've been able to meet a lot of people, but I had to reach out to meet Panamanians. So I needed to take some guitar lessons. So my Spanish teacher, who's not Panamanian, he's what is he? He's not Venezuelan. Oh, he's Dominican, right? So he's not Panamanian. But he turned me on to this guy who's an excellent singer and guitar player, Pastor Carlos Jones, and he teaches music. I can never remember the street names, but he's up here, not far from where I live. It's this place called Pro Audio. I don't know if you know that place, but he doesn't really speak English. He speaks some English, not really. So
that's in Albrook Mall, right? Pro Audio?
No. Well, there might be one, but there's one on the street over by, it's across the street from the El Rey. You know the street where the immigration office is on?
Where, near the tribunal, around that area?
Not the tribunal, but the immigration office.
Well, okay. You're talking about Via Hispania.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's on that street. And well, anyway, I was going there every Saturday for about 4 or 5 months, and not just to learn guitar, but to learn Spanish, because they don't really speak English, and we're learning all Spanish songs. So that was my way of meeting Panamanians and learning Spanish. I got sick of Duolingo, so I decided to just go ahead and dive straight in, and that's been good. Although I started watching more Spanish TV, because that's good too. You can watch Spanish on YouTube and have the caption on, and it'll help you. So that's another trick. But to meet Panamanians is now that I'm in the band, I meet a lot of Panamanians. A lot of Panamanians speak English, though. So,
yeah, you'd be surprised.
A lot of them. In fact, everybody on the band speaks English, but they're trying to teach me Spanish. So they keep talking to me in Spanish, so I, accelerate my learning. But that's good. I thank them for that. The same thing with the coaches at the school. They don't speak English really, even though I think the one who keeps talking to me in Spanish, I think she really does understand English, but she keeps talking to me in Spanish. So, and I'm like, but it's helping me. It's helping me in that endeavor. So yeah. But for my advice for people coming here now, it's just like if you were going to go to Africa, right? You're not going to go there looking for a job. You can't look for a job in Africa. You can't come here in Panama and look for a job. That ain't happening. You might as well just stay in the United States. But if you, and I encourage, young people, I think, is critical. Because if you're going to move to another country and you're 65 years old, there's only so much you're going to do, right? But if you are fortunate enough to like if you were a teacher, they need teachers here, right? They need teachers who can teach English. And I think for that sort of profession, they will hire you. There's certain disciplines where there's a need, and so teaching is one that can get you over here. I'm not an expert in this area. This is just what I've learned. And so, but if young people can come here and start families, we're in, and families need all the services, but
hold on. Let's unpack that a little bit, because as we were just talking about earlier, you have a lot of these passport bros, and some of it is what they call just propaganda to speak against and give traveling over abroad a black eye, if you would say. But some of it is true, where you do have a small group of people who go out and all they want to do is just what we call mongering, or they call it the S tourism. And
yeah, I get it.
And I get into these circles. Hold on, I get into these circles and I'm talking with them, and a lot of times, I'm over here and I'm on the side of wanting to be married, be here. It's a place because the cost of living is cheaper, and I could actually, it's affordable for me to be able to have a family and build a family and start a legacy. But it's hard when as they say, you are the sum of the group that you're around. So if you're the only one talking like that, now they're going to call you, an outcast, or the word is a simp. Oh, you a simp over here falling in love with these girls. These girls is low class and they don't mean nothing. Some of them, I'm not going to say all, I'm just going to say in some circles. But then when I get around, brothers like yourself and brothers like, Virgil, and, when my brother came, my brother came from North Carolina. He's married. He's been around for 40 years. My nephew came. He was with his girl. Him and his girl been together for 4 years. And even my cousin who's on the panel right now, Keen. How long you been with your girl, Keen?
Right now about 8.
You see what I'm saying? 8 years. So that's why as I said, you guys are my anchor. Because when people are asking me, are you still, trying to find love and romance? Oh yeah, because I done seen what happens when you go out here and you try to be the player forever, or you become, you either become two things. You either become an emotional sponsor, okay, or you become a cold accountant. And in the end, both of those things, you end up dying alone.
Well,
the emotional sponsor dies alone broke, and the cold accountant dies alone with his money. But you're alone.
Well, these passport bros, like you say, are they looking to live here, or are they looking to find someone and take them back to the States?
Well, okay. The person who coined the term passport bros, okay, shout out to Aaron Ferris, okay. He did it because he was looking for, as I said, cost of living is more affordable. It's out of the matrix. You ain't got to deal with the politics and the racism that goes on in the United States. And also you don't have to deal with a lot of the problems that you have with relationships because everybody's on a survival mindset. You're able to come here and you're able to breathe. So you have the people who actually created the passport bro movement, who are looking to move overseas, find love, get married, settle down, start a family. But what happened was, like anything, once other people see what's going on, they attach themselves to it and they corrupt it. And, your movement becomes whoever is the loudest person in the room. So the loudest person in the room are the guys who's out here partying and just, having fun as a weekend warrior. So now the people who weaponize, well, I'll just say this, because some of it is conspiracy, but some of it is true. You got the people who weaponized it and put the microscope on those group of people and not on the people that is actually doing something right, like yourself, who's a brother, who's married, who's settled down. And same thing with Aaron. Aaron is, married. He has a child now, and there's a couple of other brothers who are my age who are, and doing the same thing, married, doing business, conducting business. No, nobody wants to pay attention to them. They want to pay attention to the people that's out there in the red light district. And
that's the sensationalism of it.
Exactly.
I can totally see somebody who wants to exit the United States, and maybe they're not married, and maybe they do want to find someone here. I'm sure that can happen very easily, but probably not so much for women as men. What do you think about that?
Well, yes, I do see that happening here as well. And I was talking to my other co-host, shout out to Gone Girl, when she first got here, and she was like, is it possible to find love in Panama? I was saying, yeah, but the issue is the going rate or the medium income in Panama is $600 a month. You know what I'm saying? So chances are the guys that you're going to meet are not going to be making as much money as you. So if you are a hypergamous, natured woman, then it's going to be difficult. But if all you care about is, working to, finding someone who you're aligned with and working together, then you'll be fine. Because there's plenty of good men out here in the expat community and, in the local community who would love to be able to build with a good, strong woman. And who's also going to help them grow. That's what the key is right there. It's not,
I'm
guys
sure
ain't trying to be. Go ahead.
I'm sure you can find that. But I just think it might be easier for men to do it like that than the women coming over here and trying to start over again. It seems like, well, I can only really talk about the older folks and the retirees, right? It's like there's like a lot of expat females. A lot.
Yes.
And there's not that many American men to choose from. And like you say about the income of the local men. Now, I'm sure they can find love, but it's not going to generally be with, someone who's making a ton of money. I'm not in that circle. Thank God. I've been married a long time. And
well, let me ask you this question. How did you do it? What's your secret? How long have you been married to your wife?
Okay. Now, how long have we been? 37 years.
Damn.
He had to check.
But you know what? Everybody, we're supposed to be married till death do you part. I mean, that's the way it's supposed to be, right? But
exactly.
I was married before to not a very good relationship, so why did I do it again? But we got together. She had kids, I had kids, and we got together and we made it work. I say yes, dear, a lot. I don't know if you understand that. But
don't say that online, bro. They're gonna now they're gonna have a whole bunch of simp memes after you.
Well, that's fine. That's fine, because just let me say why that's important. You have to be able to and understand what position you're in, and what it takes to maintain a relationship for this long is to learn to say, when you're wrong, you're wrong. And when you're right, you take that initiative too, right? But it's the honesty between the couple, honesty and commitment. You're going to get mad at each other. It's just, you're going to be like, ugh. But your commitment has to be greater than your anger, or your sadness or your disappointment. Commitment is what it is. It's a deal that you made when you got together. And in 37 years, don't you think we got mad at each other? Don't you think someone slept somewhere else, one night because y'all couldn't stand each other? Everyone has their up and downs, right? Do you have the level of commitment? Do you love each other enough to sacrifice? And man, let me tell you, I've been married 37 years, but I worked for the phone company 34. And it's like I was married to that company. But I couldn't wait to leave. And when I left, I said, me and my wife, we're going for the long haul, man. And now we're in Panama. So, but yeah, I'm jokingly saying you got to learn to say yes, dear. Right? But there's some truth to that. But it's like she got my back, and I know it. I know she got my back. So, I had cancer, bro. I had cancer. I had colon cancer.
Wow.
We don't have any kids together. She got 2 and I got 2. So we're a blended family. But yeah, she nursed me through cancer. So what can I say? But thank you, dear.
That's one who got you for real.
Yeah,
I really appreciate. Thank you over there, Mrs. Coach, Mrs. Pico.
She's upstairs. Yeah, yeah, man. I could have done a lot worse. So yeah, that's commitment, man. Commitment. That's I'm not interested in doing nothing else. I'm thankful that I'm still above ground. After that experience, and I'm in good health. I'm actually in good shape, man. I swim every day. It's every weekday I can, and she swims too. In fact, I'm also teaching a swim class for the expats every Monday. Today we just had a class this morning, and she's in the class. She's a good swimmer. She helps. She's my demonstrator in my class. So we're pretty tight. And being here in Panama, if I was by myself, I don't think I would have came to Panama. She's the one really the catalyst getting out of the United States. And then, we worked for many years. And so now we got resources to enjoy ourselves. I don't have to work. And that's a blessing, man. You know, I don't have to work, but I work my tail off coaching and singing in the band.
Yeah,
But that's
dope.
a different energy. That's the real
You know,
positive energy.
the crazy thing about swimming is people don't realize how many different muscles you use in your body to be able to do that.
It's a perfect low impact exercise. You know, if you didn't learn how to swim as a kid and you're in here in Panama, give me a call and I'll teach you. You know, but yeah, I stay in shape by. I would live over here in Clayton, and there's this place called Ciudad del Saber, and it's got a 50-meter pool. And I walk from my house here, which is almost 2 miles. I walk to the pool, I swim my swim, and I walk back. I do that, try to do that 4 days a week. And I'm slim and trim right now. and yeah, I still have a little residual things from the cancer, but I'm upright and I'm still moving, bro. And hopefully I'll be able to do this another 20 years.
Blessed. You blessed,
Yeah.
brother.
Oh, extremely. Yeah. So now, Cool King, do you live here in Panama?
No, I'm in Mass.
Madison?
Massachusetts.
Oh, Massachusetts. So you're a homeboy over there from his side of town, huh?
Yeah, that's my cousin. We're family,
Okay.
blood.
Right on, right on. Well, you
I
know,
was
he and my wife, he is a relative of a friend of my wife's, right? Amina, right?
You remember Auntie Amina King? You remember Saeed's mother?
Yeah. So they already knew each other indirectly when we got here, when we met him, and so that was kind of cool. So now he's been coming to my gigs, and trying to help me blow up a little bit, you know. So we're actually working together. This podcast is the first time on the podcast, and so you know, Renee's been trying to do is literally what he's saying, trying to get Black folks together and do some things.
Let me know that you've been around for years. The name you just called the Black Cleaner lets me know that you've been around for years. You don't even realize you just said it.
That's what they call it. That's what they call him. That's why I call him. That's what my wife calls him.
Right.
Yeah, because she's family, you know. So as I said, that's Auntie Amina, Uncle Stevie's sister's friend. Actually, you know, close friend, because her son actually named his daughter after her.
After my wife,
Auntie Amina, Uncle Stevie.
Yeah,
sister.
Auntie Kathy, Uncle Stevie, Uncle Butch, all of them,
Why were they all funny? All of them was funny.
Yeah.
And loud. All of them were funny and loud.
Yeah, Amina's family.
Yes.
Yeah. I met Amina several times. I've been to Boston maybe about 5 times since we've been married.
Okay.
I met her mother and father. Met some of her aunts and uncles, and you know, they're all pretty much passed away now. All the old school folks.
Yeah.
And they moved from Dorchester, so you know, I don't know who's still there. You know, not a lot of family left.
Not a lot of older family left. We still got young whippersnappers running around.
Oh yeah, I haven't met all of them.
But the next generation just ain't keeping that connection the way our elders did. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Keeping the connection, that's kind of tough. Because I'm about to go to LA in a couple of weeks. I got to catch up with my family because we haven't been communicating that well. But we got to, you know, we try to tell folks that you might want to get your passport, you know, because we're here now. If somebody really wanted to leave, they could stay with us, you know, till they get on their feet. You know, that's kind of in line with what you're trying to do. You know,
exactly.
Assist people coming over. You know, Yeah, and like this discussion here, let people know what they can expect when they come over here. But you better be open-minded. You better be ready to learn a new language. You know, you can't just come here thinking that everybody's supposed to speak English to you. You're gonna have to make some adjustments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if I was to migrate somewhere, it definitely would be of Latino or that ethnicity where I'd be speaking that language. Because I've been on Duolingo, Yeah.
Well, the other thing I was thinking about, after I'm here for a while, maybe we want to spend some time in another country, learn another language. That's not out of the question. It wouldn't be too difficult to go move to Brazil for a year and learn Portuguese.
Whoa, man, it was funny because I met a female here, and she was from Haiti, and she spoke both. She didn't speak English at all. She spoke Spanish and French, and she would switch between Spanish and French. Like, she would speak French when she didn't want the Spanish people knowing what she was talking about with me.
Right.
And then she would speak Spanish normally, and it would just overwhelm my head. I'm like, yo, can we just stick to one language, please?
Right. And then the French she's speaking is probably the Creole French, huh?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. So that's not the standard French, but I guess it's close. But it's probably like Jamaican English. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the patois.
You got to get used to that accent and how they use different words differently than we might use them.
It's the same here in Panama, because when you're dealing with a lot of the Afro-Latino community here, a lot of them are mixed in with the Caribbean, so their Spanish a lot of times is patois.
English.
It's patois and Spanish, and it's like, wow. Like, I was actually at this barbershop today, and the guy was from Colombia, and he was speaking patois Spanish, and I'm like, I can't even understand you right now, bro.
I can't understand. You might know quite a bit of Spanish, but when they start rattling that off, it's you gotta listen real well.
I feel like that's somebody trying to be what they're not.
What do you mean? When they speaking in patois?
No, because a lot of Jamaicans, or a lot of what I want to say, femmes, want to add a little bit of Jamaican lingo into their dialogue, and a lot of Jamaicans want to add femme into their dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes it gets confusing with where a lot of like motherfuckers are from when it comes to that fam stuff. Because
what do you say, fam? What are you saying? Fam? What is that?
It's like a lingo, it's dialect.
Like, fam, where's the food? That nigga don't know what I'm talking about. Look at his face.
Well, it's a term I don't know. So.
Well, yeah, fam, like a lot of people who are English and Caribbean from Britain, they'll say, hey, fam, how you doing, fam?
Oh, family.
It's just yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
It's mixed in with the it's mixed in with the patois. So it's the same thing, but see what Keem, let me school you on this. A lot of when the Panama Canal was being built, they recruited a lot of Jamaicans, Trinidadians, and Bajans to come here to help the Americans build the Panama Canal. And when it was over, a lot of the Jamaicans didn't go home. They actually just stayed here.
They stayed here.
And then what happened was same thing that's going on in the United States. They started, wanting to eliminate all of the immigrants over here. So if you wasn't speaking Spanish, if you didn't have a Spanish name, they was going to try to get rid of you. So a lot of the people who wanted to stay here because it was a better life for them here versus going back to Jamaica or the islands, they just pretty much, disavowed their Jamaican identity and started speaking Spanish. So you have a lot of Spanish second generation Spanish Caribbean here, or Afro Latinos that are Spanish Caribbean.
I just met some folks last night, and they're bilingual.
Mm-hmm.
They fluent in Spanish and English, and the English comes from their Jamaican roots. So yeah, it's pretty diverse, man.
Is that a mental thing? Because I feel like that even happens with some people that will like move from up north and they move down south, and eventually they start talking that down south lingo. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's an adaptation. You know, they live in there, and so they start picking up some of the accent, right?
Right.
If they're there for a length of time. If they just showed up and in 2 weeks they're speaking the way they do in the South, they pretended, right? But if they've been there a year, they probably will pick up that little accent, you know. But
is that like a mind fuck? I feel like that is a mind fuck because you hear it so much. You know,
no, it's just you're immersed. I'm immersed in Spanish, right? I hope to pick up some of the lingo and some of the accent, but you won't hear it in my English, you know.
Right.
I'm trying to get it, but it's gonna take time, man. I can't get it overnight. It's probably one of the most difficult things because I'm speaking English too much. I'm speaking English to my wife. I'm watching TV in English. I gotta stop that. If you're gonna learn the language, you gotta do it. You gotta make it happen. It ain't gonna happen unless you work at it. And sometimes I'm not working at it.
You gotta close your brain out to it. Maybe you might need to go back to Duolingo.
Well, you know what?
And always speak that every day.
You know what?
Brother, listen, Duolingo, it is kind of like slow, but you gotta start somewhere.
Well, it's great for a start.
Stop progressing through the levels.
I did it.
Consistent, and you stay consistent.
Yeah. I did it for 3 years.
It does get helpful.
I did it for 3 years, and I'm like, I'm not doing this no more. I'm going to just learn it from other people. It was just me. I said I had enough.
Because there is that street slang in speaking another language too.
Huh?
I said there's that street slang with speaking every language.
Yeah. They can teach you that too. YouTube teach you everything. You know, so I was on some YouTube channels that teaching you the bad words, right? So you can learn anything. It's you putting your mind to it and dedicating it to learning the language. Because I want to be functional, man. It's tough. I'm in this band. Everybody speaks Spanish but me, and I only speak a limited amount. My ear is getting better though. The more I immerse myself in it, I start listening to what they're saying, and I pick up some things. You try to get the context of what they're saying. It doesn't always happen, but it's been increasingly getting a little bit easier to kind of understand. The longer the conversation goes, the harder it is, right? But in short phrases and sentences, like "How you doing?" or "Where's the bathroom?" or whatever, that's pretty easy. But when you get into deep conversation, man, it don't take long to get lost, and you're kind of picking and choosing what you're hearing and understanding after a while, and it is exhausting. But I have faith that as I keep moving forward, I'm going to get better and better, and just don't give up and just keep trying. And eventually, and then one guy described it like this: eventually the light comes on. You know, if the light comes on, you start understanding things better. You know, but like Renee said, it's like we have a 3-year-old kid.
Exactly.
Level of learning like a 3-year-old kid, right? So but that's you know, if I learned it when I was a kid, I'd be fluent right now. But now I'm here. I'm 64 years old, trying to learn Spanish. Hey, it's never too late. You know?
So, are you planning on investing in real estate here, or?
Well, that was a question me and my wife were talking about. We went. You heard of Green City?
Yeah.
Green City. It's a pretty nice place.
Yeah, it's real nice. I actually went there to somebody's house for Thanksgiving. It was beautiful.
Yeah. It's a nice. It's a very large gated community, and we went and looked at a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. And it's like 4 units connected, right? And there's 4 units here, 4 units there. In Panama, you usually share a wall with your next door neighbor. It's a concrete wall. You don't really hear them, but it is like literally sharing a wall. The house we're in right now, I have a nice house, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, but I share the wall with the next door neighbor, and that's not uncommon. That's very common. So that's the way that was built over there at Green City, and they have different layouts and different things. But the one we were looking at, and they were asking for $330,000, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that, right? Yeah. But we just saw the guy that told us about Green City. He bought a place in there, and he said that those units are going now for $380,000. So they're appreciating. But he's talking about moving. And I'm like, you just bought this place, why are you moving? And he's got a new baby and he has his reasons. But that was the extent of it. I wouldn't be opposed to buying the house that I'm in right now. I don't know if it's up for sale, but we kind of like it here. So that might be an option. But for investment, just for making money, haven't really looked into it yet, because there are people who own several units, these high-rise apartment buildings. A lot of them are empty. You can buy them. I don't know anything about the market though. I have some rental units in actually in Georgia. Got my house in LA, but that's where my investment is. So if I was gonna sell something, I might buy something here, but I haven't given it a whole lot of thought. There is one thing to consider though. If you are, I think you have to be younger than 70 to get a mortgage.
Yeah, I heard that. Unless you have a co-signer that's younger than you,
right?
Like a family member.
Well, I got to make up my mind before I turn 70. But you can understand why, right? Because a mortgage is 30 years, and you're 70 years old. What's the chance that you're gonna make it to 100?
Exactly.
So that's why they have that law in place. But a lot of people may not know that. That's why I thought I'd bring that up. But yeah, we met. I don't know if you know Anthony. He's been here for like years. He was in the military here, but he invests. He's got, I don't know, when I talked to him last, I think he's got like 8 units in these high-rise apartments. Probably got more than that now because he is making money. So there's people doing that. You don't know him. I don't know his last name offhand, but he actually helped me with the first location I was in. We were on Marbella. On Balboa, and it was nice. It was on the 12th floor. It was kind of a deluxe unit, 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, and it was really big, but it was outdated in its decor, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
it looked like it was directed.
It's an older unit.
Yeah, it was decorated probably in the 70s. But that was our first unit that we didn't stay there very long, but it was on the Balboa. It was a very desirable area, overlooking the bay. It was really a nice place. It's just, it was not. I mean, it was right there in the middle of everything. So young folks probably would like to be in the middle. In fact, if we still lived there, we'd be down the street from Daiquiri 23's new location. We could walk there. Yeah. But right now, I'm not really thinking about purchasing anything. I have not committed to doing any of that. If we do anything, because we went and saw the funeral home, so that we can probably invest in some of our burial services, because you got to think about that too. Talking to the other expats, they were talking about that. So me and my wife, we don't even have any place in LA, right, to be buried or anything. So if we stay here for the duration, we're going to need something.
Let's spin the block. Let's spin the block. Let's spin the motherfucking block.
Okay. Question. In terms of what do you think are some barriers into building overseas or building abroad? Like with brothers, working together to build abroad.
I tell you this. I think because there's already a expat network, it's very possible. Everybody has different priorities, and some people are business people. In fact, none of these expats are exactly poor. Do you know what I mean? I guess some folks are, but man, I met a dude when I was new here, and we were at the Albrook Mall, and so expats kind of can recognize each other, So we walking through the mall, we recognize this couple, and so we started talking. Man, we ended up talking for about an hour and a half. This dude was a retired. He had a security agent. He was a cop. He's like a detective, and somehow during his time as a detective, he started working for a company, a security company, and he ended up buying the company, and the company blew up, and he sold it. And this guy's no older than me, right? And he travels the world and just has a base here in Panama with a storage unit. And he leaves certain things in the storage unit, and he just travels the world. And I'm like, what? Man, I need that life.
Right.
Yeah,
so
the dude was rich, right? He was doing his thing.
Let's get into some real rap. Like let's present and paint a real situation in a scenario where, let's say you got a crew of 8, and we all making the same amount of money. We all living a good life. Everybody's okay. Everything's intact. What would be that one thing that could create hate amongst men?
Well, you have to have a common desire, right? Your 8 people, you got to be single-minded on what the mission is. You have to have a mission, right? Are you here to help? A lot of people got the tourist thing where they're going to help people come and settle in Panama.
No, I'm not talking about Panama.
Real estate is probably like.
I'm talking about real life scenario. You got a crew of 8, and we all living a good life. What would you
do? No, what would be the one thing that will mess everything up? That's what he's asking, because usually what happens is, you have a crew of good men, y'all are all working together, everything is all hunky-dory, but then something happens along the way that will create dissension. So what do you think is that thing that creates the dissension to prevent us from building?
Well, I think it depends on what the mission is. Because
we asking a married man this question. We got to remember
exactly.
that.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, okay. Well, not everybody.
Well, he's like, I mean, prime example. I mean, you're in a band, but is everybody married in your band?
Not everybody, but I think 3 of them are, and 2 of them are not.
Okay, right? So we already know that the 3 that aren't, they're not. Well, actually, no. That it could happen because some of them might envy, the life that you're having. They're watching you in the band and seeing how you live once you go home, and they going home to Hot Pockets, so they might want your life. So
well, you guys may
not
be compatible. Yeah, maybe you're not compatible.
Exactly.
All right, but what would be the basis of controversy if we all?
It ain't going to be women if you're married. Right?
Well, if you're married, it's not going to be women. It's only when you're single it could be women. Exactly.
Right. So maybe, well, okay. I have that situation with the band, but I don't see it as a problem because we're all musicians. We all are single-minded about what we're doing, right? The mission is to play music and to try to get as many gigs as possible and try to make it sound as good as we can, right? So that's our mission. We're all focused on that.
That's not every man's plan.
We understand that, Keem, but see, the thing about it is, Coach Lou is on the positive side of the game, and that's, as I said, that's why I have him around, because he keeps me anchored, because he stays positive and he stays focused on his mission. See, the problem is that there's the people that's on the other side, that's on that negative side, and all they're thinking about is the power, the fame, the women, all of those things. And those are the people who you don't want to align yourself with.
Well, listen to this. The power and the fame is a byproduct of what you guys are supposed to be collectively working on.
Agreed. Is he still talking, or you was about to cook? I was letting you cook, Coach.
Yeah, I was waiting for another comment so I can elaborate.
I touched the thing.
Oh, the mute button. Okay, there you go. All right, keep cooking. You about to drop some jewels.
You can't be distracted. It's the women thing. You have to put that behind you if you're going to do anything. I don't care what your mission is. Your mission might be, let's say, okay, we want to invest in this business over here. We're going to buy this business and we're going to start running it. Okay, you're going to have some business knowledge. You're going to have some money. You're going to have employees. You got to really do a business plan, and everybody got to buy in, and everybody got to be committed. If that's not the case, those are the wrong people to be dealing with. You know what I mean?
So I guess what I was saying, what I was trying to elaborate on, was what would create hate amongst men.
Oh yeah, well, you see it in politics all the time, right? Jealousy and stuff like that. But these are supposed to be your boys, right?
But my thing about that is, brothers got to start understanding is what's meant for me is not meant for you, and you got to understand. And you also have
everyone has their own mission in life, right?
Lane.
But when you're talking about getting together and doing something, you have to have a common mission, right?
Yeah.
A clearly defined mission, right? It's not about you making this money. We're probably going to have a business name, right? LLC. And in that LLC, you're going to have a mission statement and a vision statement and board of directors, right? That's like any corporation. If you stick with the mission statement and everything, I think this jealousy and stuff is stuff that you need to put behind you. And if it's not behind you, you don't need to be part of that mission.
Yeah,
now,
bro.
If everybody
comes
together and they're let's say they all got some money, right? You're coming together, you're investing together, right? So you must have some money or a skill that you need, right? Let's say you're an office manager and you need somebody to run that office, don't have no money, but you need an office manager. If that person is qualified, then that's the person going to do that job, right? But you gotta have, like any group, gotta have a constitution. You have to have something written down that explains what the mission is. If you don't, you started off on the wrong foot.
And actually, I like where you're going with that, because that's another thing that I was touching on, was in terms of building in the U.S. and also abroad, what they call exploitation versus cooperation or partnership. Because and I gave the example of my mother. My mother, when she got her RN certificate or nurse's license, she was able to make more money, and she ended up buying the 2-family in Mattapan, but instead of my aunt, her younger sister, she was only on Section 8. So my mother could have easily just bought the house by herself and rented the unit out to her sister and just kept her as a tenant. But they actually had an agreement that she was going to use her Section 8 as her payment on the mortgage. They was going to own the house together. And they was
saying,
well, that seems to be a problem right there. You know, you need to have somebody whose skin is in the game. You know, I mean, Section 8, okay. I guess it's that's an income, right?
Yeah.
But she should be a renter, not an owner.
But see, that's the thing. They didn't care about that. All they cared about was, okay, you had this, like you said, okay, I had this benefit that was coming to me to help me contribute to the mission. Okay. Mm-hmm. Who cares where it came from? The fact is, you could either, you know, exploit me and just keep me as a renter, you know, until I decide to go rent someplace else and then you find another tenant, or we are partners in this. And because, you know, this was my mother's sister versus, you know, just a stranger off the street, she said, hey, you know, I'm going to help you out. And that in turn actually helped my aunt, her sister, get off of Section 8. Her and her husband, you know, they ended up getting married, having a combined income and being able to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps and, you know, elevate and have children. And now their children are doing, all of the children that they've had are doing well and been able to benefit from, you know, this partnership that my mother and the sister had.
Okay, if it worked out.
Because one wasn't exploiting the other. It was a partnership.
Right. Okay. That is great, but if she had to know her character, right? She knew her character, and they got together and it worked out. But just because you're a family doesn't mean that's going to work out. You know, there's a lot of
that's
people
the truth.
Hooked up. A lot of people get hooked up with their family and get screwed. You know, but you know, if you look at, because you said it yourself, she helped her out, right? You do that for family, but you're taking the risk. She accepted. It's like co-signing for your family. You're taking a risk, right? Because I bet you she didn't qualify for the loan.
Of course not.
Right. This is what I mean. So you're taking a risk. Now, if it worked out, then that's great. But if you were going to do it again, and you're going to say, well, I'm going to bring my sister in and we're going to be partners on this, but I'm bringing all the money and qualifying for the loan, I would discourage you. I would say you need to put that person in and rent to them until they demonstrate they can be an investor. Now, like I said, it worked out, but you know, on its face, it doesn't look like they're equal partners. And it just doesn't. You know,
yeah,
so
understood. But the key is, I guess the point that I'm trying to get at is when you're dealing with our community, our people, you're going to run into that because not all of us are on an even plane, you know, so some of us are, but what happens is what you're talking about. Some of us will be able to get on our feet and get on the even plane, but what we do, instead of reaching down and trying to help lift somebody else up, we say, all right, I got mine. You better get yours. If not, I'll see you when I see you.
But reaching down and lifting somebody else up can come in many ways, right? It could be like you should giving them advice, right? Okay, you're in a certain phase of your life where you've learned a few things. All right, you're able to make some moves. Okay, I'd like to bring my sister up. All right, let's see what we can do. That doesn't mean make her a partner. You know what I mean? You can do some other things. If you know, we're not talking about the folks that you're talking about. If you were going to do something, you don't just bring your family in unless they're bringing something to the table, right? If they're bringing something to the table and they're meeting you on the same level, or at least on mentally, maybe not financially, there's a thing you could do for them, right? You can help them improve their credit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's save some money. Then you know, you can rent, and then when you have enough money, you buy your own place.
Mm-hmm.
It's. I think the thing we're missing is sharing of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many things that we don't know, and this is well, it's sometimes good to talk to white folks. White folks know things, right?
No, yeah, because they got it from us. We just forgot it.
We forgot it. We got to be re-educated. In Europe, you know what the Dark Ages were? The Dark Ages were when the
Lack
Moors
of
went in
knowledge.
to re-educate Europe, right?
Mm-hmm.
They lost it, and we gave it back. That's what you're alluding to, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's amazing that in the United States, there's a lot of uneducated folks. Fly messing with me. We should be a lot farther ahead than we are. I think, and you guys all know this, when things were segregated, we had no choice but to depend on ourselves, right? It was
community survival. That's what they call that, community survival.
We had all these things, but then when integration happened, then we're all seeking the services from the non-Black folks, when we should have been maintaining our hotels and stores and things that we were already doing, right? And we fell for the okie doke and kind of just lost it. The culture we have had of collective investment and things working together, I wouldn't say we lost it completely, but we are not like we were. We probably owned twice as much land then as we do now.
Mm-hmm.
So where did we go wrong? We stopped relying on ourselves. Now we don't even trust each other. So it's pretty basic on the things that we need to do. We need to look at ourselves in the mirror and say, what can I change about myself? Because we should be, how the Venezuelans come here in Panama in big numbers? We're coming in big numbers too.
Exactly.
The Venezuelans, they know how to do stuff. They run all these businesses.
Yep.
I'm shocked how many Venezuelans are here running businesses and whatnot. So we need to be able to at least do that.
Exactly. That's what I try to focus on and try to, instill in other people around me. And when I see it happening, I try to shine a light on it. Shout out to, my friends in Colombia, Cartagena, Unc Jay, and Miguel. They have a boutique hotel out in Cartagena, and it's right outside downtown in the suburb area. And
are they Colombian people?
Nah, they Black. They're from
they're expats.
Yeah, they're expats.
Okay. And what kind of business?
It's a boutique hotel, rooftop CTG. So similar to what Jeff is doing. Black owned, Black operated, and then shout out to Greg out in Dominican Republic. He owns his own sports bar out there, Flip Flops, that all of the brothers go to. Then you have Tim in Medellin, Colombia, who owns the Sky Bar in Laureles. Not too well. It's a what they call a township east of Medellin, or it's in Medellin. It's how like in Boston you got Dorchester, Roxbury, Mattapan.
Yeah, I get it.
So in that area, Laureles is a segment of Medellin.
Now we mentioned Jeff here in Panama. Yeah. Do you know other expats, Black expats that are doing business here?
I know there was one lady named Grace. She actually has a small restaurant here in Panama, and it's called Grace. Me and her talked a couple of times. Also, you have El Caribe. She's
Panamanian though, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, she's Afro Latina, yeah.
Oh, right.
But she's also she's a Howard College grad, so she always has to explain that she was in the United States and she graduated from Howard University.
Right.
Shout out to her.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
There's also a brother who owns Mr. Adams. He was actually at my house. He's been here for about 30 years, and he owns a couple of businesses, and he also does real estate development here as well. So he owns bakery, supply, and training company here, and he said he had like 3 or 4 locations. Salute to him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right. So yeah, there's people that are out here doing things individually. So and I definitely salute them. Mm-hmm.
You're in contact with a lot of folks. So do you ever think about having a list or a directory or something like that for the businesses here that Black folks are running? You ever compiled anything like that?
Not as of yet. I do have my Black expat community showcase group that I invite a lot of people to join, especially those who are in community building. I also have another group. Shout out to Andre Love Crossing Borders, who has helped me maintain the group. But that one is a Black expat building. That's not just particularly to Panama, but that's for all of the Black expats that are building abroad. These are both WhatsApp groups, by the way. So people who are interested in joining, just DM me on WhatsApp, and I'll add you to the group. But those are the 2 groups that I have so far. And yeah, I'm and another reason why I'm doing these live discussions is to be able to shine the light on Black expats that are doing things. Like yourself, who you're in the band, you're coaching, swimming, and as you said, you want to your goal is to actually have a league out here that you could be a part of. So, these are the things that, and also to show that there are brothers out here that are married to sisters and they're doing well. You ain't got to be out here, just playing the field until you get tired and die. You can actually find love and settle down and actually build a legacy. So I'm happy that you actually came on my podcast so that I can show that there are people like yourself who is being successful in what they're doing living abroad.
Right.
Yeah,
so
man.
About the negativity that people are saying about the passport bros, because it is a positive thing, but people do have negative things to say.
Well,
and I know that you don't consider yourself a passport bro, but it don't matter, because as soon as they say, hold on, because as soon as he says he lives, because he's a brother, and as soon as he says, "Oh, I live in Panama," he's already grouped in. That's really what happens.
Yeah, but
well, I'm gonna already be grouped in because of my content and character.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is what I think. Okay, there's people got to think about being able to move away from the United States. Open your horizons, learn a new language. You're in a box, and you're being fed propaganda in the United States. The United States, they'll always tell you the United States is the best country in the world. Really? Is that true? When I go back to LA, I bet you I see homeless people.
Exactly.
I don't really. They got some rough areas here in Panama, but I don't really see homeless people like that, intense on the sidewalk. In Los Angeles, when I was a kid, you didn't see that, but now you see it all the time. And so, you need to go and. My grandson was in the Navy and he went to Japan. He said, "Man, Japan is like clean as a whistle. Everything is organized. Everything. It's like night and day from LA." Now, I'll give you another example. You ever been on a train in LA on a bus or one of the light rails? It's a mess. It's a fucking mess. I come here in Panama, I get on a train, it's immaculate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, this is awesome, right? The buses, the train, everything, everybody's polite, you know, and if anybody gets stupid, they'll check them in a minute. The regular bus riders will check them, so I'm like, you know what, United States, the only reason why it's great is because I lived there all my life, now I come here and it's a whole different vibe, Now, I was talking to the lifeguard at the swimming pool, right, at the school, and I was saying, hey, man, and he doesn't speak English, so I'm having a conversation with him in Spanish, and I said, yo siento seguro aquí en Panama, right? I feel safe. I feel safe. And he said, nah, man. He said, just, and this is only a few weeks ago. He said over there by the airport, they have these, now he was using the words menor and mayor, right? Menor meaning a minor.
Manus,
someone 18, 17 and under, and older people are mayor, right? He said they use minors to commit murders because they know as a minor, they're not going to jail, or like they might go to jail, but not for very long. It's so the real gangsters will use minors to commit crimes, right? But the crime is not as big as it is in the United States, right? That's the only thing. Then I also heard, I was actually listening to it on the radio on a Spanish station. I was picking up some of the similar things, right? Somebody attacked an expat, apparently a minor, attacks an expat, and that was on the news, right? Sajar saw it on YouTube. I heard it on the radio, same story. And that wasn't that long ago. So, I mean, nothing has happened to me here that's, any crime or anything like that. So I feel safe, but maybe it's not necessarily as 100% safe as maybe I'll be led to believe, but it's definitely safer than in the United States. You know what I mean? Because in the United States, you got to keep your head on a swivel. I mean, I live in Compton, but even Compton's not as bad as they make it out, but you still got to keep your head on a swivel.
Everywhere.
Let me hit the comments real quick. Salute to Travel POV saying, "What's up, fellas?" I also got one from Prime. Shout out to you, Prime, for what does that say? Queen King, can you read that?
You want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can't focus on the jealousy. That will never stop. All you can focus on is your purpose. I agree with that. You got to work on your purpose. I mean, it's sort of like the mission. What did you mean? My mission when I came here was to start a swimming dive team, and that's still my mission. But the time has to be right. The situation got to be right. So you can't rush these things, but still on my mission. Salute the Black Cleaner, Cool Keem, and Louis Pecco.
Ron, that's Ronan the Travelers. That's another YouTuber. Salute to you, Ronan Travels. Hey, if you want to get on and talk, now's the time for the open panel discussion. I did drop the link in the comments, so anybody wants to get on, hit the link. If y'all want me to hit the link, just let me know and I'll drop it again. What else? Go ahead. You had a question, King?
Nah, I was about to spin the block, bro. We spin the block.
Okay, go ahead.
Block. So my scenario that I was creating, what would create hate amongst men is women.
Oh
yeah. That would be the only thing. If we all getting the same money, we all driving the same cars, we living the same life, that would be the only thing that would create hate amongst men, that I would think.
You want me to read that one?
Yes, please.
Yeah, but she's using government money to pay while your mother is using blood, sweat, and tears to pay for their portion of ownership. That knit the same. That's knit the same. Not the same. Well, my thing about that is they're not okay. Let me use this analogy. You know how they say in a marriage you should be equally yoked?
Mm-hmm.
You understand that? Equally religiously yoked. If you're not, then it causes an issue between the two. Well, it's the same thing with partners. You know, you can't bring somebody who's struggling for money and you got it together and you're ready to invest. That's not a very wise investment partner. I mean, just in my opinion. But it's her family and she feels like it's something can work out. You know, that's the risk she takes. Right? But it worked out. It worked in her favor.
That makes me think of Gone Girl, where she's sticking to like, nigga, I'm not fucking with you if you ain't got nothing.
King, watch the language. We got an elder on here.
My fault. I'm not messing with you. Your cup is empty.
But I get that. I get that. But however, you know what I'm saying? Like prime example, what you were saying. You said something about the person who is has skills. She don't got no money, but she has skills that she can put sweat equity into the into the business or into the mission. For example, and you use the example of the person who can do admin skills. They're a secretary. You don't know how to do that. You just have the money, but that person can actually do it. Are you? And that's where I was asking about the exploitation versus partnership. Okay, because sometimes when you're dealing with our people, it is so easy to exploit them because they're not coming with what you're coming with. So it's like, I'm just going to hire you and I'm just going to pay you, a secretary salary.
That might be the best way to go. But if they're bringing something, if they have some skills, some knowledge, or some money, if they have money, then they must have learned how to earn money and save money. You know what I mean? They invested and they got a little nest egg and something like that. They got energy. They got some wherewithal and respect for money, and wants to make some more, get some wealth for their family. If they have that mindset and they got some knowledge or resources, then that's a more reasonable partner, and that's what we got to look out for. Now talking about women, I think that's the wrong conversation to have. If you're talking about business, it's all dollars and cents at that point. Women should be tangential to all of this, right?
Coach, you're using big words. What does tangential mean?
Tangential,
look it up.
It's not it's not unrelated. It's just a little side note. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Right, and so jealousy in relationships shouldn't have nothing to do with business. That's the wrong combination. Now, not saying it don't happen, but when it happens, it's what destroys it.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm so happy I'm married. Let me tell you, because it's rough out there, bro. Because I had a bad relationship. Don't want to go through that junk no more.
How long did you say? 37 years married. Hold up.
37 years. And it don't even seem like that long,
Get that man a hand clap, please.
Yeah. Most definitely. Ah, man. Go look to the comments. What was what's that other comment?
Well, they would divide our communities institutionally and erase our history. Well, that's going on. Erasing our history.
There goes your hand clap. Sorry, it's late. I'll give you another one.
History goes on. The problem we have is that we allow the government to educate our children. And okay, I went to Catholic school, right? Now I'm thinking I'm getting a good education, right? I got to pray to a white Jesus on the wall every day. You know, what's that about? Isn't that brainwashing?
Yep.
Brainwashing.
It's crazy, man. Now, I'm a Christian, but why? Now, and the school that I went to was predominantly black. My elementary school, it was like 90% black in Compton. And I remember when they put this in the church, the biggest cross with the white Jesus on there. And everybody in the church is black. Don't make no sense to me. It didn't make sense to me. I was only a kid at that time. It didn't make no sense to me then. You know, they got our minds. They got us. They got us, man. We gotta re-educate ourselves. Okay, well, let me say this. You know the Jewish community. There's a big Jewish community here, right?
Yep.
They educate their own kids. They all are in Jewish schools.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't start doing that, man, it ain't gonna change. We have all these public schools, and look, the public schools in Compton. Well, they're building new schools now, but as long as I've been there, nobody wanted to send their kids to Compton schools. That's why I went to Catholic school, right? That was in Compton. It was, but Compton wasn't always bad, you know, in the school district, but Compton went through this change, kind of like what Roxbury is going through now. It went from black to white overnight. You know, white flight was real in Compton, and so all of the people who were managing the city left, and now people come in. The first group of black folks that came in, pretty educated, but as things went, and everybody, all the intelligentsia left Compton, then what was left was what it was, right? People start jockeying for position. You know, they're trying to cling on to power here. You know, it's just a mess. It's still a mess. You know, now the city is majority Hispanic. The city council is still black. You know, and that's going to change. All that's going to change just by birth rate. And age out. The age is going to age out, and Compton's going to be all Hispanic. I don't know what's going to happen to the black community at that point, right?
Yeah.
The government, you know, the same people been in office forever, you know, and they ain't doing nothing. So I'm not homesick for Compton, although that's where I wanted to start my swim team. But after a while, it was like, I can't deal with this no more. I'm getting old. So moving to Panama and finding out what's happening here and fitting in to what's going on, then creating something that I think can be created. That's where I'm putting my energy. You know, I love living. I still got my house in Compton. I love living in Compton, but dealing with the city government and all that stuff is more than I could deal with. Because, you know, to use swimming pools, you got to deal with the city. And Compton has a couple of pools in disrepair, you know, and it was just crazy. So I'm here reinventing myself.
Yeah, and I love it.
Ronan.
Yes, Mr. Ronan Travels. He's another expat traveling abroad. Salute to you. He's actually living in the Philippines. He's also a fellow live panel discussion member. We always meet in these YouTube streets. So what's going on to you, Mr. Ronan? How you doing today?
Nice conversation, man. This is definitely a conversation that needs to be had, not only globally, but locally in the United States.
Yeah.
We have been allowed a certain levity of building, but once we got too big, corporate America or even the government went so far as to totally destroy it. Black Wall Street and the like. You get what I mean?
Well, yeah.
And it's a shame that we have to build abroad and we can't build in our own country.
I know, because, you know, you're familiar with, in California, there's a place called Allensworth. Allensworth was a town that was built by black folks, right?
Right.
And the white communities, getting a little jealous of these folks building this town, they poisoned the well.
Mm-hmm.
They poisoned the well because they just couldn't see the black folks doing all right.
Wasn't Manhattan Beach in the same light? There was a black family that owned Manhattan Beach at one point.
Bruce Beach, they called it Bruce's Beach.
It was actually like a resort for black folks.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And somehow they got the land away from them.
Eminent domain.
Oh, that's right, eminent domain. And they put currently on that land is like a county building, and so that portion of that land was given back to the family, but the family sold it.
Yeah, because they couldn't do anything with it. It was better for them just to take the cash and run because they couldn't develop it the way they wanted to.
Right.
I heard later they sued and won.
They sued and won, and they got the money. But I mean, they got the land, but then they couldn't do anything with the land, so they just ended up taking the money and run. Because most of the family members didn't even live in California anymore. They actually lived further, like in St. Louis and in the Midwest. So they was like, we're not even there no more to be able to do anything with it, even if we wanted to.
And it wasn't all the land either. It was only a portion of what they originally had. Because it was like a vacation place for black folks. Mm-hmm. Manhattan Beach. And now you can't touch those prices.
That land value is sky high.
It's insane.
Everything
in California is nuts. Even my house is going crazy. I don't know who.
I lived out in the rural areas of California. I lived out in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, right there by Lake Elsinore and Marietta, and so those are the areas I lived in because I was right there at the base in Camp Pendleton.
Yeah.
So,
but young families can't afford to buy a house like that no more. Houses are all. They're places approaching $1 million, for a house. It's insane.
Believe me, you know how many people I advised to sell their houses in California and move down south?
Yeah.
I had over 3,000 clients at one point.
What?
I'm a fiduciary and an insurance agent. So most of them sold and either brought down in Texas, Georgia, or wherever.
A spread too, big house.
Yeah, you can buy the same size house for way less, put the rest in an investment portfolio or in an IUL or something and live off of that. No longer are children coming home. You don't need to keep this big house. The reason you brought the big house was for the nest egg. Make it a nest egg. Stop getting so personal. I want to keep it so the kids come back. None of all your kids gonna get this house.
They're gonna sell it anyway.
I have 4 boys. None of them all come home at the same time.
Right.
If they ever come home, I usually have to go see them.
So that might be what we do. I mean, I could sell the properties I got and just kick it here.
Yeah.
But it's starting to look more and more like we're going to stay here in Panama. I'm gonna go visit LA, and I'm gonna say, oh yeah, this is why I left, and I'm gonna come back.
I don't know, man. LA is just a whole nother thing. California, I love California. I've stayed there 30 plus years.
Yeah, I used to love the
transplant from the Midwest, so I lived in Kansas area, and then I went out to California as a Marine. So, I love California and all the different things. You have the advantages of doing all in one day. If you wanted to go ski, you go up to Big Bear, or and then you could drive down and hit the beach all in the same day if you planned it right. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's very activities, and then you can go out to the desert, Palm Springs and the like.
Yeah. We lived at the beach. I mean, if I miss anything, I do miss the beach. But they got beaches here. It's just that right here in Panama, it's not the same. It's not the same time.
I ran into way too many Californians that have never left their state. They never needed to.
Well, okay, yeah. Except now the cost of living is getting out of hand.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what? Those houses in Compton and everything else, those houses have ballooned up. They might have brought those houses originally for maybe 130 or 200,000. Those houses are 7+ million.
Yes, that's
true.
That
so they got their value out of them. those Sears and Roebuck put your house together type of houses, and now they're worth over $1 million strictly because most likely it's the land. Most people come in and do knock down the house and rebuild.
I'm really considering selling mines in the States because of the fact that the whole taxes situation. If you don't pay your taxes, you could stand to lose your house versus here abroad. If you was able to buy something in Panama or something, the taxes is limited. I mean, I know a couple of friends of mine, the one who decorated the birthday piece, she owns her own house here out in the Western Corridor, and she was saying that she doesn't pay any taxes. And her mother have 2 houses out here.
I don't know the exact rule, but I heard something similar. They don't tax you like that.
Yeah. So Texas don't pay taxes, especially if you're a retired veteran. So that's the advantage.
Well, they pay property taxes, don't they?
No, not if you're a service-connected veteran at 100% disability.
Because I know they don't have state tax.
It's the one true state. Now, I don't know about all the veterans or benefits in other states, but I know that state specifically, that they're moving there, it's the one state where you truly own your land if you're a veteran, especially 100% connected.
Yeah,
Atlanta, Georgia as well. If you're 100% disabled in Georgia, it's the same thing. They'll give you your that you don't have to pay property taxes.
Because the thread is you never really own your land because they can always come back and get it untaxed.
Right.
Now you have that taken away. Now you really can't unless you make up an excuse like eminent domain or some other bullshit.
Because that taxes in California is a monster.
Yeah, California is the worst state I've ever lived in when it comes to them coming after you for state taxes, especially. Not even the federal.
Well, I was alluding to property tax in California.
Yeah, that too. But I'm just saying they'll come after you for anything when it comes to that state.
I try to stay out of trouble. Yeah, but it could be that I sell all my property and then just live the life down here. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Let's get to this comment. What does it says? I know we was talking about what we was talking about before.
I would consider a helpmate if she's bringing in skills you don't have. Well, if she got skills, then she's got something. Skills is marketable, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
So yeah, if it's for real skills, you need that because skills is in short order here. But I agree with that statement. If someone has skills, you got to use them. So Ronan.
Yes, sir.
You're not from California.
As long as I live there, you might as well say I'm a Californian by adoption. But no, I'm not from there. Originally, I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I lived all over the country. My mom was like a gypsy. Every 2 to 3 years, we moved. Until we got into high school, right around high school age. And so, Kansas was one of the states I lived in the most. Obviously, you got the Kansas City flag behind me right there. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, once I joined the Marine Corps, I stayed there for almost 30 plus years because I was stationed. I went to MCRD San Diego, stationed at Camp Pendleton, and then the only other place I was doing duty station at for the 8 years was Hawaii. I did 2 years in Hawaii.
Okay. But you're in the Philippines now.
Yeah.
And what brought you there?
Well, I wanted to travel after retiring. I'm semi-retired right now, and I've done everything for my kids. I've done everything. I went through a bout of PTSD. I'm in full recovery of that, and I understand what the rates are for brothers self-deleting that were veterans that had everything to live for, but they felt like they were useless for one reason or another. So I went through that. And at the end of the day, it was like, I always had a bug. I mean, my mom always had us traveling since we were 3 years old. I learned how to swim in Puerto Rico. You know what I mean? My mom threw me in a deep ass pool and said, swim or sink, and cussed at everybody in Spanish to stay away from me. Did
you learn any other languages?
I know a little Tagalog. I do know Spanish. I can catch the gist of most conversations without knowing every word that's being said.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Spanish. And then also here in the Philippines, when I first came here in the military, obviously a lot younger. I blended in so well. A lot of the locals were speaking Tagalog to me as a first language, and it's got Spanish in it. So I even understood some of the things they were saying, but I felt really at home here, and the people were super friendly. Obviously, it's because you're an American and they want something from you. Initially, you would think that, right? Especially in the areas we were in, like Subic Bay, Olongapo, that's all driven towards the American base that's right there too. But yeah, I felt really comfortable here. I knew the culture and everything else. So, as I gotten older, I stayed with my kids, raised them, made sure everything was copacetic. Everybody's taken care of. And I started doing self-reflection as I'm going through PTSD and therapy. And I said, you know what? I want to start traveling again. That's when I was at my most peace and felt like I could help or do things for people and felt of service again. There's a lot of things that go mentally with brothers, even men. We're protector providers, but we're also people of service in some way or fact and form. And that was something I was missing.
So are there a lot of black expats in the Philippines?
They're spread out. You got some popular ones, Sunshine Shoulders, a couple other guys, Dean Hassan, and other YouTubers that you will see, Black Filipino. But a lot of brothers are low key here, if they are here. Not a lot of them on YouTube, but I would say a good portion of us knew about it, especially if you're an expat, like military wise. Most guys knew what was up with the Philippines, especially if you were
My daddy was stationed in the Philippines back in, I guess, 40.
Navy, Air Force, or Marine?
I think it was the Army.
Army, okay. Yeah, there's an Army base there too. Yeah.
So,
yo, what's going on? Come on. But yeah, so that's what brought me out here. But I also had been having LDR with a Filipina here for like almost a year and a half, a conversation, video chat, stuff like that. So came out to explore the options on that, and everything's working out to where we're moving forward.
Well, good, excellent. Well, I don't know what happened to the Black Cleaner. Where is he?
Oh, he's there. He likes to turn off his camera.
I'm just trying to man the boards and get the comments. Shout out to Unfriendly Stoic Live. He been hitting me with a couple of comments. What does this one say?
Malta has 0 property taxes. Well, Malta's a pretty small country, isn't it?
Okay.
Postage stamp.
Wow. Where is Malta at?
Europe, isn't it? Malta.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Pull it up on Google Maps.
Okay. Hold on.
G? Hold on, I'll drop the link here in a second in our chat.
I'll tell you in a second.
But yeah, it's an interesting conversation how successful a lot of brothers can be overseas, but we run into roadblocks by family or by government when we try to do the same thing in America.
Let me ask you a question, which leads me: is it roadblocks that are externally that are preventing us from doing things, or is it roadblocks that are internally that's preventing us from doing it nowadays?
I think it's a combination of both.
It's some of both, yeah. Well, I think sometimes we've been programmed to fight each other, to not trust each other, and it's like subconscious, and we need to kind of break out of that. But that's something for us to work on. Some of it is external because I grew up in California, but my daddy's from Louisiana, and
there it is.
His mother spoke Creole French. Okay,
that's my whole family.
Yeah, and
first language.
They did not teach the children because there was this English only thing that was implemented in early 20th century. You know what I mean? It's English only, and especially since the Louisiana Purchase, it was all French territory, right? all the laws written in French. Everybody speaking French,
Yeah.
and there was they had a different racial categories and stuff, right?
They had to segregate. Let's put it that way. My family's from Louisiana. They had to segregate Louisiana when they brought it because everybody was blended, whether it be white and black, white and Indian. It didn't matter. Everybody got along. There was no racism in Louisiana. It was originally the melting pot that originally America was projected to be. Louisiana was first with it.
So after the purchase, now the Americans move into the territory to implement their segregation laws.
Correct.
And so all these mixed people, like the Creole folks.
That's where mulatto and all that came from.
They had to kind of like decide whether they were going to remain with the black folks or move over to the white folks. It was kind of like split that way, because some of them are pretty fair skinned. And but no one really explains this to you. People don't even really teach the Louisiana Purchase.
No.
But if you think about it, that Louisiana Purchase went from Louisiana to Chicago. It was all of that, right?
Yeah, because they were using the river. They were using Mississippi River in order to get produce up into Canada from the Gulf of Mexico. Right. So they used the Mississippi. So all up the Mississippi into Canada or the Great Lakes, that was French territory.
Yeah, it was French territory. And so when the Americans came, they had to change all the laws from French to English. And this took years to do this, but they had to implement the segregation laws. And, then, they keep moving forward, keep going, because Texas was the next state that they brought into the United States, right? And in Texas, the blacks there were free. It wasn't a slave state. But they wanted to make it a slave state, so that they said, okay, black folks got to go or you're going to be re-enslaved, or, it was a lot of stuff like that. People don't really understand. And so when all of that happened, they said English only. English only. So, my family, they didn't teach the kids, from my grandmother to her children, they didn't teach them no French, or they discouraged it. And some of that came from outside because, when they go to school, they don't want to have an accent, so they don't teach them French. Now, I only say that because we are Americans pretty much know one language, generally speaking.
Right.
And we've grown up with that all through the 20th century. And it's only now we're saying, like, well, why do we only know one language? And we don't even know our original language. We only know colonial languages. I'm trying to learn Spanish. Well, Spanish is a colonial language. I don't know what language we spoke prior to that. So we've gone through a lot over these centuries, right? So now we're trying to collect our culture and try to pull it together so we can work as one nation again.
That's an effort.
And it's a challenge because we came from several nations.
Exactly.
Several
and
tribes.
we're no longer any of those nations anyway, because we are so blended out.
No, but we are a nation.
But absolutely. We're on our own culture.
Fragmented. We're fragmented, and I guess we have to look for examples of where we're doing well and where we're communicating and cooperating well, and try to hold up those as an example of what we can do.
All right, so where are we doing well at?
Well, like my man Jeff is an example of what he's if he's not a millionaire, he's like on his way. That's just one example. I mean, Renee had Mr. Black Cleaner. He had some other examples, and then those are the sort of things we need to say. Okay, well, maybe I can do that too. Maybe I can do something similar. Well, what do I have to offer that I can, use to jumpstart some type of cooperation? I mean, we're like brainstorming right now, and that's good. Brainstorming has to go to planning, and then planning has to go to action, right? Now, I got what I got, right? Coach, I'm a singer. I'm gonna try to build off of that. But at the same time, you know, I got 5 other bandmates. Now, they're not black. I mean, they're black. One of them's black, but they're not American, right? But I might do something with them that creates some kind of economic activity. You know, it's just generally having a thought that you're going to create something and have it grow. That's I think what we're trying to accomplish. Create something and have it grow, and then it moves into a different area and grow. If we can sort of capture that technique or that idea and move forward with it, I think that's where we need to go. Also, we need to educate the next generation coming up, because if we don't give them the skills, they're going to flounder, just like some of us have, right? Anybody have anything to add?
No, I absolutely agree. That's one of the reasons why I'm on this channel right now and why I'm in the YouTube space. You know, what did they say? Gen X has been quiet way too long.
Yes, exactly.
Quiet generation. So now that we're seeing too many things going wrong, you notice a lot of guys our age are starting to speak up a lot more. It's like, no.
Well,
now we got a vested interest. We got grandchildren. We got our sons and daughters. We got almost great grandchildren. Some of us.
Yeah.
You know, and at this point, it's like, yo, some of these things need to be fixed before we disappear.
Yeah, and you know that's happening. Just stay here long enough, you're gonna disappear too. So
exactly.
Break cycles. If your parents weren't there for you, continue to keep pushing, providing, and doing better. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in live every Monday night at 8 o'clock. Real Talk with Nate, the Black Cleaner. Like and subscribe, please.
All right. You signing off, Keem?
Nah, man. I just feel like I needed to tag that in there real quick, you know?
A little PSA.
Okay.
That's all he's promoting. Leave him alone.
I feel good. I mean, I'm just making sure, because I you know, the thing is, I know we've been on here for about, what is it? Going on 2.5 hours now. And I appreciate everybody being here. But you know, Ronan and I both know how long these lives can last. These lives can go for 7 hours. I mean, I've been on ones that have been 10 and 12 hours. So if you feel the need that you don't want to be on here, you can always tap out at any time.
Hey,
yeah, brother, clock in and clock out. You be like whole new panel sitting up on here.
Yeah, exactly.
I ain't tap out yet. We've been 5 hours in.
Okay.
Let's go. We'll talk with Nate, the Black Cleaner. Let's go.
Right. So how do you feel about you said this has been your first live on YouTube, Coach?
No, I used to do YouTube. Well, what was it? No, it was Zoom. On YouTube, I guess it probably is my first live on YouTube. But I used to do Zoom a lot when I was in LA, and I had during the pandemic, I had my athletes do exercises on a Zoom meeting. You know, that was another thing, because we couldn't really travel, and we were all locked down at home. And I thought the pandemic was only supposed to last 2 weeks, right? But so when it hit, I said I need to keep the kids together. So I had about maybe a dozen kids that I was working with, and I said, "Come on, let's all hop on Zoom." And we used to do exercises on Zoom twice a week. You know, that's about my extent.
Okay. Well, here in this, as Charlie Chan says in this thing of ours, this is what you would call the Black travel space. So you have, as you see, Ronan Travels, he's here in the Philippines, and there's, a couple of other people that are in the travel space that are YouTubers, and we all just, network with each other and, get on each other's YouTubes, and, we just have dialogue about, certain subjects. I try to stay in the pro-Black, the pro-building, love, marriage, part of the travel space, and then the others, they'll delve into other things. So Ronan does a little bit, he does a little bit more financing and geopolitics and politics. So we all have our little niche, as they would say.
We can go pretty far with the geopolitics, man.
I know you're very deep in that. I know, because you were telling me to look at some of the YouTube news that you follow.
Well, the war in Iran has taken over all of the social media right now. But
we got OTO in the backstage, about to let them on. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you about to get into a little debate.
With all the stuff happening, man, we can go on forever and ever. The war, but I think what you were alluding to, when I talked to you, there's some good things happening in Africa that I don't know if everyone kind of has really been following. Captain Traore, you guys know about him?
Are you talking about
Free World, right?
Burkina Faso. Yeah.
I've been following him for a long time. I really liked some of the things he did when he came into power, and kicking the French out of his country and standing on his own feet, trying to unite a lot of the other nations, and he actually helped influence the African Union to kick the French.
Oh, just recently. Just
about a year and a half ago,
Yeah, the president of the African Union visited Burkina Faso. Now, the alliance of the Sahel states, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, that is a game changer. And the Western world does not want to see that be successful. But they're being successful, and they're fighting for their sovereignty. And there's Mali's getting attacked right now by the French-backed rebel forces, or whatever you want to call them, terrorists or whatever. But they're French-backed and making it hard on them. But I gotta give them their props for even doing what they're trying to do. Burkina Faso is developing their country without Western money. The other thing that's happening that's real big right now, because we have a energy crisis going on. There's a refinery in Nigeria called the Dangote refinery, built by an African. And when this crisis started happening, where there's no oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz, Dangote refinery, they didn't want to even give them oil to refine, right? But since this crisis, their refinery is at full capacity right now, and they're making money hand over fist. And so good things are happening, but there's resistance, there's opposition to the success of the Africans in the Sahel states. You got the president of Nigeria and the president of Kenya are on the take, so you can't advance when your leadership is selling you out. So, but there's a lot of changes, like in Botswana, Namibia, South Africa got their own problems, but the things are changing. The tables are turning, and it's good. It's good to see, but they're not.
It's good to see for them. It's good to see them stand on their own 2 feet. So many years I've said this on lives and on panels and different things. Africa needs to stand up for themselves. Don't keep trying to drag Black Americans into it. Once you start standing up for yourself, then assistance can come. But we can't.
So we have to stand up for ourselves.
Right. We can't fight for you. You need to fight for yourself. And that's one of the things I said was a downfall of a lot of Africans. They were more subdued about their aggression than being more forward with it. And when Burkina Faso went off with the rails of what the general European Union likes to see, I knew that was the start of something really, really good.
Right.
And it was
one
going
of
to
one of the big things about Burkina Faso and the other countries is that the West wouldn't sell them helicopters, wouldn't sell them military, anything, those supplies that you need to fight your terrorists. They wouldn't sell them. He said this. They wouldn't sell him helicopters. He bought them and they never sent them. So this is why he had to go to Russia to ask for a deal for weapons so they can fight. Because you keep them weak, you're always going to have control of them.
Exactly.
Right? That's why the French. That's why they had to kick the French out. Mali kicked them out first, then Burkina Faso, then Niger, and that's when they got together. They had an alliance. They wrote a constitution. They have a mission. They have a vision. But Burkina Faso says, we don't need none of them. We're going to build it ourselves. And that's exactly what we need to do. It's my 2 cents.
All right. With that being said, let me introduce Financial Frontier to the room. How you doing, Mr. Otio?
What's good? What's good?
How's everything? He's in Thailand.
Oh my
Say
God.
it again.
Nah, I said I got a couple trips this week coming up, the Maldives and Switzerland. I ain't complaining.
All right.
All right. So what do you have to say about brotherhood and building abroad?
Yeah, I mean, brotherhood is very important to me, at least. I mean, across the board, I had it from the military, and I think it's important to have it while you're actually in the civilian world. And if men actually built that more up, then maybe they'll delete themselves a little bit at least. Or maybe they won't have as much problems as they have. We tend to kind of get rid of all our friends when in relationships. Both genders do it, but men just do it more so. And so they kind of lean into whatever the social network is of the women and just adapt to that. And then they isolate themselves from their friends. And so I think going in the opposite direction of having brotherhood, I mean real brotherhood. Not just like you can't come to your brothers about anything and they make fun of you. So it's up to men to be mature enough men to actually deal with men in all shapes, forms, and sizes that they come in, and characters that they come in. And I think we don't have that a lot sometimes. So building on it and working in online spaces like this created for ourselves. So I find it to be good. I mean, haven't met anybody here, but Ronan, I consider him a good brother of mine. I know if I could call him, he would be there. And that's more than my friends from childhood. No disrespect to them. It just is what it is. So you could go out and form your brotherhood. It doesn't have to be in the flesh or right close to your immediate place. This is what people are doing online. And this is the pro or the positive I see in social networking, which is overlooked by so much of the negatives people always want to explain about social networking. I find out if we didn't have this, where would we be? We wouldn't be able to talk to people around us about these matters. So I like it. I love it. I think we're going good. What'd you say, Cool?
You get to create family where love is shown and reciprocated.
Yes, sir. Reciprocity. I believe in
And
that.
it ain't gotta be blood.
Yeah. What is most people don't understand. They just say, blood is thicker than water. But what the passage actually says is the covenant of the blood is thicker than water of the womb. So it's actually saying that the covenant, the blood of a doctrine, of an ideology that you can join forces of belief and a faith is stronger than water of the womb, even family members themselves. So actually the passage speaks very 180 in the other direction of what people take it to be. You don't choose your family over everything. You choose like-minded individuals over everything.
Talk about it,
That's facts.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me look to this comment real quick. Coach, you're doing so well. Could you read that one?
Bobby Coltrane, that's a fact. David
Oh, we were talking about something from yesterday, bro. Why'd you highlight that one?
I didn't see
showed
it.
out yesterday.
Yeah, we were on a different YouTube channel.
Tell
Andre
us
Love
about it.
Crossing Borders. Andre Love Crossing Borders did a cologne episode where we talked about our different colognes and scents and different things like that. So David Dice is a good buddy, and he had this cologne collection just showed out, man. He brought out some boxes. The presentation of the box looked as good as probably the smell of the cologne. I was like, damn, bro. Well, how much? The $800 bottle of cologne, man. Come on.
Was it his own cologne that he created or something?
No. It's one he brought, but he got it on sale. It's a $800 normally, but he picked it up at $250.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice.
He caught a good deal. But yeah, that was we were referencing.
A $300 bottle of cologne that I caught for about $100.
Yeah, you can find them. But then we talked about, clones and different things like that. I talked about counterfeiting. That's a big business in the cologne business. So when you're a cologne head, you got to look out for that. You got to buy from accredited places because there's a lot of fraud and counterfeit out there. But yeah, that was yesterday. I don't want to harp on that, but yeah, that's what we're talking about today.
Okay. Well, anybody else got anything to chime in on? Let me see. Let me look at my list. We was talking about the barriers in. What do you think about the ego as being a barrier?
That's a big problem.
Do you think a lot of times that you see that there are people who, because of we was talking about that on one of the lives as well. I gave the example of the whole Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, when somebody suggests that they should work together, and then Barack Obama said, "Sure, I wouldn't mind working with Hillary, but who's going to be president?"
Yeah, but even in that same vein, you have your primaries. You figure out who's going to run as the president on the ticket. If she was willing to work with him, maybe he would have made her vice president. But since she probably wasn't, and her ego was so big, he went ahead with Biden. I don't know the whole back talk behind that, but you would think if Barack said that out loud, he was willing to work with her. But obviously, in turn, you would have to interpret that as she wasn't willing to work with him because of her ego. I don't know. Nobody really knows what happened in the back rooms. We can always try to estimate what happened. But I think as a whole, our community has a problem with working with each other. Everybody wants to be the head in charge. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. It's that crab in the barrel mentality. If I know something to get ahead, I'm not going to share with nobody else type of mentality. I'm going to help pull you up. Now, me and Frontier Financial, we come from a different cloth, especially in the military. Our mindset in the military is to train the ones behind you so the mission gets done whether you're there or not. So the mission gets completed. But in corporate America, it's your knowledge is your power. You're not training nobody to replace you because that's essentially what you do when you give up too much information in corporate America. I like the industry I finally fell into before I semi-retired and went independent, which is insurance. And the reason I like this so much is because I can train minions or people like me, and they can do the work, and I'll take a percentage of their work as a commission for me training them to do their job. You get what I mean? So now I can build a whole bunch of me. So I can either get out there and get real aggressive myself and make my own money, or I can make a whole bunch of other people successful, but still get money at the same time. So I just divided myself out. I had over 350 agents. You think I was struggling? Aside from my own book of business. You get what I mean? But then the mental thing came in, the PTSD. Doesn't matter about money if your sanity isn't there.
Exactly.
I gave all that up. I turned all my business over to other people while I worked on myself.
Yeah, you need somebody. You need it.
Restart. Sometimes you have to kick in and do a restart.
Yeah, you needed somebody to play Pippen to your Jordan. A lot of times, nobody want to do that. Nobody wants to play Pippen to the Jordan. And sometimes that might be what you need to do.
Okay. Here's another question. Is the passport bro movement evolving into building in brotherhood overseas?
I would say BMT is an example of them trying to evolve, them being one of the leaders. And I'm talking about Aaron Ferris in that light. He since has now gotten married, has a child, living abroad with his Thai woman and his baby. You know, initially it was deemed to be a passport bro. You were only a monger.
Mm-hmm.
He's now dilated. There's different levels of that group now, to where you have the monger or pookie side of it, but you also have people that are general, people that want to go overseas, they want to start businesses, whether they get married or not, or they literally are going overseas to find a good woman and get married. And if he's the head, he's got to be the example of what? Transitioning.
Exactly.
And he's done that. So
Yep,
while I'm
I
not
see
a
that.
passport bro, I've been a veteran. And I've been traveling since I was 3, way before any of these dudes were even born. I've been traveling. I'd never fall in line. I'm not a follower that way. I've been a veteran. I've been a traveler way before that. So I'm not a joiner like that. But I encourage men to travel, to expand their horizons, to gain more knowledge, because I know every time I left the country and came back, I was much smarter and wiser for it, being exposed to those different cultures. But that's my answer. Go ahead.
It looks like Passport Bros needs a rebrand. You know,
Right?
We need a catchy phrase to turn it around. You know what I mean? It needs a rebrand, because the concept, brothers getting passports to go to other countries to do what?
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you, and that's what I was saying in the beginning. You know, when he first coined the term, it was to get away from the stress of the matrix, all of the problems that was going on that was causing, you know, a lot of these brothers to, you know, get, as he was saying, have traumatic stress. Some of them was even deleting themselves. Some of them was, you know, going through all of these problems with, you know, relationships. So they were saying, okay, I need to take a step back and reset and recharge. Or I'm seeing that there are better opportunities and more affordable opportunities overseas. So that's what a lot of brothers started doing. I mean, it started out with the movie with Al Breeze with Frustrated, where he was, you know, showing all of the brothers that was going to Brazil. And then, it escalated to the brothers going to the DR and Thailand and then Colombia. And now you see what's going on now. Because as soon as the younger, because most of the people that was traveling overseas that initiated the Passport Bro movement, they were in their 40s. They were a lot of us were, you know, prior military, have already, like, you know, Ronin, 020 Financial Frontier. You know, we were all in our 40s and 50s and have already done it. So like myself, all of this just was a catalyst to say, hey, I got a passport. Let me start to utilize my passport a little bit more. Cause I was, you know, in the States, and I had my business going.
Cuzzo, not to cut you off.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I can hear you.
What he asked you was, has Passport Bros grown into what it was expected to grow into? And I don't think he was hitting on the negative side of it. And I feel like it went over your head a little bit because you didn't want to respond negatively, but we know what he's talking about, bro.
Yeah, I was just trying to show that it was the YNs, you know, the people, the people who were in their 20s and 30s who are brand new to the space and just started to see what else that, you know, all of the negative things that was going on, and they started to indulge in that and also film it, because, you know, a lot of the brothers, we wasn't pulling out our phones and videotaping the stuff that we was doing. We know how to be discreet with that.
Nah. Of course you wasn't.
Yeah,
so that's what created the whole, you know, that's what gave it the black eye. Everybody trying to, you know, bring to light. And even, I mean, I can see why now Colombia and all of these places are wanting to, you know, the gringos to leave, because they don't even want you to expose the underbelly of their society. That, you know, that's not what they want to be known for.
Absolutely.
Well, you got to change your ways. If you don't want to be known for something, you got to change your ways. Do something different.
Should we not use the term passport, bro?
I mean, like I said, you can be a joiner all you want, but that's not going to change who you are. You can let anybody in the group. I mean, if you're going to call yourself part of a group, make it a strict way of getting into the group, so you're not embarrassing the group. But if you're just an individual, you're an individual, anything under those terms. Yeah.
You know why I say that? Because what happens in these clubs where something happens or somebody gets shot, the club closes down for a few months and they name it something else.
But there's still a shooting months later.
Right. There's still a shooting, but that stamp is kind of gone because they named it something else.
But you're
under
still
new management.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Under new management type situation.
But I don't think DMT wants to change the name. I think he wants to hold on to the name, because now the name has power behind it, and even YT people want to adopt it. They're trying to take it. Now, a brother, everybody knows a bro was not a slang back in California as a white guy. Okay. Bro meant brother. Okay. Now you got white Hispanic going to adopt that whole moniker of passport bro as well. The name has too much strength behind it just to let it go. It has to be clean.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, does anybody remember the show The Wire when they had the bad product? You know, the product was really bad. People weren't buying it, and what's his name?
Stringer.
Elvis Stringer. Yeah, he goes to his college professor, say, "Hey, man, what if I got a bad product nobody's buying?" And he tells you, "Well, you got to rebrand." So he does that, but it was still the same crappy product. You know, they rebranded it, advertised it, but it was still the same. At the end of the day, crappy product. And the thing is, you could call the Passport Bros Blue Book Gentlemen or Passport Gents or whatever have you, but if you're going to have the same people, you know, come into that space, then it's just going to turn back into, you're not really doing
crappy
anything.
product.
You just changed the name.
Let me tell you really what happened. Nobody wanted to set a standard, and nobody wanted to be in control of it. Even though they wanted to copyright it and benefit off the name, nobody had any kind of standards to where they can hold other people accountable for misrepresentation.
Yeah.
Business. Now, you want to hold on to a name, and you want to hold on to a brand, then you need to make sure your brand is protected. Meaning, if anybody shoots off at the mouth about your brand and misrepresents what it's really supposed to be, they should have been able to speak to the press, speak to whoever misspoke, and say, I'm going to hold you accountable or sue you, one of the two. You need to retract that statement. You need to retract that because that person is not part of my group. But see, nobody wanted to do that. They thought it was like some kind of a terrorist organization or something like that, where, you know, they'll cut the head off the snake and all of a sudden everything falls. Nah. If you
did somebody copyright the name?
Yes, the name is copywritten, and that was a whole nother argument.
Because you know what happened with BLM, right?
Yeah.
Well, Black Lives Matter.
They blew themselves up. They blew themselves up internally. They the ones that started stealing the money and doing misrepresenting why they were taking the money. But I'm saying in respect to Black Passport Bros, they let the name get out of hand, thinking that was good for the exposure. Yes, it was. But now it has a reputation, and now you're trying to put your hands around it. Now you got to fix all that bad reputation. You know, I've been in sales for almost 40 years. And what I used to do is when I took over something, they were like, well, you have all these ex clients. I said, oh, okay. He goes, you're going to start over? I said, no, I'm going to go fix the relationships. So I would go in and see what those sales reps or whatever did not do that they were supposed to be doing that caused the client to be upset. And I repaired all those relationships. And I wound up being better and catching on fire faster than having to go and find a whole nother bucket of clients. Why? Because it was warm market. They just had bad representation. So you don't go throw the water out just to start over. What you do is you fix the reputation of the brand, and then you push forward.
Sometimes I think it's best just to just keep it a
That's
secret.
the easy way out, and a millennial would say that.
Well, I'm just saying, like from a standpoint, somebody else, has said it before where, okay, it was older gentlemen going out doing their thing, wasn't doing no filming, wasn't really posting on social media, although social media wasn't really around. Everything was private. It was all blogs. You had to go out and find the information, versus, okay, I'm going to get my passport. I'm going to talk trash about specifically Black women on the way out the door. I'm a, trash their name on the way out the door. I'm going to show this pretty woman here that I'm actually paying for, it to me, that I think, is the issue. Like you just can't advertise this stuff. Even if, let's just pretend.
Yeah, but Darnell, truthfully, was that a legitimate passport bro and your determination, or was that a Pookie masking themselves as a passport bro because they all associated themselves as being, if you Black, you're a passport bro? Again, like I said, now they're trying to steal the name that YT people and Latinos wanted. So it can't be that scarred that they feel like they can repair it. Why are we the first ones to want to throw something away after we did the work? You just need to fix it.
Right.
I mean, but if the foundation, it's like a house. If the foundation of the house is cracked,
there's nothing wrong with the foundation and the idea. It was the execution that was fucked up. The idea of it is great. The idea of brothers traveling and getting exposure to the globe and global politics and cultures and all that, becoming wiser and more appreciative of even the United States, they choose not to leave, was great. It was the execution and non-representation that allowed it to jump off the rails.
Yeah, there's got to be some damage control, some type of damage control, yo.
Okay, yeah, I can see your point on that. Matter of fact, you kind of jogged my memory a little bit. What's his name?
Yeah, I know Black Men's Office tried to save it, and I know I know you brothers down there in Brazil. I know I got a brother that wants to pick a bone with y'all because y'all should have spoke up quicker, but yeah, I know y'all tried to jump on. I talked to Aaron too, like 4 or 5 years ago as well. I was in the mix with him and No Excuses, because that's the whole argument behind the name right now. That whole story, but I'm not going to bring that up. It's not my business to do that. They need to bring that up. But in the back to what you're talking about.
All right, moving on, because we could talk about this forever.
Wait. O2O has something to say real quick.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna end it out with this is just my perspective of it. Like, Indians, nobody likes them here in Thailand. Nobody likes Israelis. I mean, they have their group. Those are people. People are people. They make stupid decisions. I don't think that really challenges me. I still go into a country and deal with relatively zero problems. But at the end of the day, that's just life. I'm not about to try to, rack my brain and use up tokens trying to fix the whole world. There's always going to be those people, and it's not nothing specific Black. It's just a people issue. Because as I said, Indians definitely have that. Nobody's even thinking about you Black people. They're thinking about Indians and Israelis. They got signs all over the country in certain particular areas that says no Israelis or no Indians. They don't have no sign saying no Blacks. So I just say sometimes it gets blown out. We think we the only ones that do certain things. That's just because we ain't been around nobody else besides Black people. And we think like, oh man, we the ones who do this. Everybody does the nonsense. And for me, I know that, and I just keep forward because I can't really do nothing. Those people are free. And most of those people don't even have the money to go traveling. So it's almost irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. There'll be more legitimate, well-pressed, well-behaved individuals than there will be the individuals that cause issues, at least especially for us. So I just keep moving forward.
Absolutely.
Okay. What industries do you think make the most sense abroad?
Can you elaborate the question?
In terms of what industries do you think would do lucrative business overseas?
Oof, that's kind of general. I would more than likely some kind of, well, for one, who would be the targeted customers? Let me ask that.
I would say this: there's no one brand that we're not good at and we can't do. It's just a point of execution. Mm-hmm. You just got to execute it right. I mean, there's a successful brother right there where O2O is Culture Restaurants. He's opened up his 3rd restaurant in Thailand with him and his wife. We're successful. We demonstrated we can be successful all over the globe. It has nothing to do. We're not locked into a certain brand. We don't have to just do sportswear. We don't have to just do this or cook or this, that, and the other. We're capable of doing so much. I don't think there's a specific brand we should be like cutting or zeroing in on. It's whatever you're best at. And we're best at a lot of things. We just got to apply and execute.
Well,
Agreed.
too, you have to also have a some kind of clientele. Like, for example, my battle buddy from Afghanistan, he opened up a fast food joint in Djibouti. First of its kind. There was no fast food joints in Djibouti. He opened up a wing spot. You guys can look it up, Joe's Wings. I think it's Joe's ATL Wings now, but the first location was in Djibouti. There was no wing spots. There was no McDonald's. There was nothing. If you wanted to, eat out, you know what I'm saying? You had to sit there and wait forever and a day for them to cook your food. Started out, I guess some guys they had a little poker party or whatever. They asked him to cater it, so he made some wings, some fries, and next thing you know, you got Joe's Wings, but you gotta have the demand. So, it's kind of like, just to test Gemini, for example, and I actually did this just to make sure it wasn't, trying to give me encourage me to do something stupid. I was messing with Gemini saying, hey, I have a great idea for like this is just example purposes, but soggy bread business. Like if you try to make a soggy bread business, I mean, you're never going to have any customers. Who wants to buy soggy bread, right? Okay. You can't eat it. It's worthless.
And there's some uses for it. I'm sure there's a purpose.
Where are you going with the story, though? What is the point?
The point is, if there is no demand, your business is never going to make it.
Well, that's obvious.
Wouldn't say it's too obvious. I think like that's one way to deal with it. But I would say one thing is find a problem, come up with a solution, and then sell it. There you go. That's basically capitalism. Sometimes a situation where there is no demand. Nobody had demand for satellites in the sky to provide internet. Elon just provided it, and then the demand came from it. The demand was for more internet, but he solved it for something that nobody was asking and requesting in the market. As Steve Jobs famously said, customers don't know what they want until you give it to them. If it was up to them, they would have asked for a faster horse instead of a car. So at the end of the day, consumers, they really are not, like, you have to go out there, create value, invent, and then sell it and solve a problem. If you can do that, then the market will reward you handsomely. That's how it's done.
Specifically to the question, there is no one brand that you would say black men need to go out and capture. We're capable of doing whatever.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Of course. Well, I would say this.
I would say the time is now to do it too.
Yeah, exactly.
Else is complaining.
Yeah,
everybody
exactly.
else is like, oh, George Washington's the reason we're not doing good. Immigrants are the reason. It's because wokeism. They're like all worried about things that, one, they don't control, and two, are about human evolution. So they're not even prepped. They're not even prepared. I don't even like black people. I'll be like, yo, y'all missing the point. Asians are crushing it. You're worried about white folks. They're not really landsliding the map. Look at the map. Look at earned income. Look at net worth. It's all Asians that are killing the game in the United States of America. And guess what? Now white people are jealous of them. They're going to be jealous of you, whether you're the bottom or the top. I might as well be the top, goddammit, because I'm going to be hated for whatever I do. That's just people. It's not a black thing. Go to Africa and build out one of the greatest companies. You think local Africans are going to support you? They're not. They're going to figure out a way how to take it. You're not their tribe. You're not from their place. It's just a human thing. It's not specifically African. Anybody will do that to you. So I'd rather live on the top than scrape on the bottom. I'm going to be hated either way. Like, they hate Indians down in Fresco, Texas that don't break laws. They're all married with the same wife. They're all with children. They have the lowest criminality. They're not doing anything wrong, but they hate them because they win it. You're going to be hated, period. So just go out there and win.
Hey, Ronan, didn't you and Fearless do a story on that? Or an
Absolutely.
episode on that?
Yeah, they did a live stream about it.
But that's the whole thing. You got YT, Good Old Boy Network down there, and you got these Indians that show up on these visas, and they're taking over the town as far as, no, they're not really taking over the town. They just have a certain amount of blocks close to their residence, and they decided to open up businesses catered towards their people. And of course, the YG Good Old Boy Network don't like that shit.
And that's anybody. I don't even want, we don't have to make it out a white thing. That's just a human thing. Humans are gonna hate. Right. I think we always gotta target, all we see is white. It's just people are gonna do that. Don't act like in your neighborhood people weren't hating on Nipsey Hussle and what he was doing. Had nothing to do with white folks. It just had to do with people being people. And so you have to guard yourself, guard your grill and protect yourself at all times, like they say in boxing. That's what you must do regardless of the situation. And it goes back to the covenant and what you guys said. It's about who is like-minded, not the color of your skin, but the content of your character. And you have to make those decisions in order to protect yourself at all times.
Yeah, I was about to say, to piggyback on what you all were saying, and also with Darnell, he brought up The Wire, a long time ago, being in Boston, and we would always go to New York because New York was the fashion capital of the world, or, that's where hip hop came from. So in order to stay ahead of the styles in Boston, we would always go to New York to be able to get the stuff before it was brought back to Boston, and we would be behind or we would be late. So to stay here, that's an opportunity for us overseas, because everybody always says, we live these as third world countries, which they're not. They're developing countries. But since our country is already developed, this is an opportunity for us to be able to take our knowledge and our skills and our tools and bring it overseas. And Coach Lou touched on this earlier, when they didn't have a swim team here, and he was one of the first people to, start bringing, the diving team and the swimming culture here to Panama. So there are plenty of things where, okay, they don't have it here. Instead of you complaining about they don't have it here and this is not why you're coming here, you could be the first one to bring it here and establish it. And then you'll just be able to rise with the tide when it becomes popular.
That's a good point. When I realized they didn't have a dive team, but they had diving facilities, I said, I have got no competition. I'm the only coach in town. So, yeah, you got to look at your opportunities.
I've always been the sort, and this is before DEI and equal employment. And Coach, I'm sure and Black Cleaner, and I'm sure, well, you're old enough. There wasn't none of that. You just had to be better. And of course, the person that hired you had to see the greed of, if they hired you, how much more money you would bring to the corporation and how good they would look for hiring you. That's all you had to be. You just had to be better. Now, because of your skin tone, you had to be 5 to 10 times better, because they still had that good old boy network that you had to beat out to. So we just had to be better. We just had to be more aggressive, and we had to be point blank focused on what we wanted. You can't be scatterbrained and do these things. You got to be very focused and mindful on the direction you're trying to take and what you're trying to do.
And if you bring anybody else in, they got to be the same way.
Yep.
But
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Ronan. And this kind of reminds me of something you used to say all the time. Your job as an NCO when you was in the Marine Corps was to train younger Marines to do your job, to take over your job. One of the things I notice in today's workplace is supervisors, they don't do that anymore. It's like
job security.
Yeah, job security. And then instead of you working on yourself and becoming the best employee you can be, it's like they try to tear others down to make themselves, to build themselves up. So if they break the other guy down, make him look worse than what you are, then it's like, I think the workplace has changed quite a bit now, from back in the day. It's just not that same level of dedication to your craft anymore.
I was always of the mindset, once I learned from corporate America, I went out and instead of letting them take advantage of me, I stood on my own 2 feet. I went independent after about a year or two of working under certain insurance agencies just to learn the ropes. The minute I got a grasp on everything and knew I could run things on my own, I don't need nobody to take a percentage of my commission just because they have the name and I'm doing the effort. I want 100% of my effort. That's what you guys are trading off. You're trading off your effort and time for money. Now, once you catch a hold of it and you say you're so good, then go be so good standing on your own 2 feet. Stop working under somebody else to get a guaranteed paycheck because you're too scared to jump out there on your own. And you're going to make so much more money so much faster if you have that mindset than saying, how quickly can I get promoted? Learn the system and go work your own company. Don't grow somebody else's wealth. Grow your own.
I would like to add to that because what you just said, there's nothing wrong with it. No lies told, my brother. But what I would also add is just a slight revision of those who decide to stay to 9 to 5. Your problem ain't 9 to 5. Your problem is how you allocate the capital that the 9 to 5 gives you. I got so many people that I mentor, and they sit up there and complain about a 5% raise when they're leaving 20 to 30% of their money on the table by not house hacking, by not investing in a 401k, by not doing things that are required of them of their current station, their current position, that if they change, they'll get $30 to $40 to $50,000 in additional wealth or earn income. So getting financially literate, being better at what you're already doing helps also, because it don't matter. You could go be an entrepreneur, but if you're still bad with personal financing and investing, you'll be a broke entrepreneur. Surprise,
that ain't no lie. Ding, ding,
that
ding.
ain't no lies. And there's no minimum wage for entrepreneurship. So there's no way that it's against the law for somebody to underpay you as an entrepreneur. Now, if you don't make money, you don't make money. You could even lose it. But in that term of being an employee, at least you're guaranteed a minimum. And that's the difference. So you trade that reduced risk profile, but you cap your upside. The other way is an entrepreneur, there's no cap on the upside. So you can make how much you want, right? Or there's a risk you can lose how much ever happens. So there's always this pros and cons. You could do great in both. You just have to start tapping into your financial literacy, because whether you're an entrepreneur or not, that is necessary for both of those individuals to understand that. And I think if we start telling people that more, then they can make more better plays and strategies. Some won't. They'll just choose whatever they choose. But net, they need to hear that, because it's not all doom and gloom because you work 9 to 5. I got rich. I got extremely wealthy, the top 1%, only working for other people.
Yeah, believe it or not, I believe it was the book Millionaire Next Door. It'll tell you the most millionaires, occupation-wise, is actually a school teacher. A lot of people don't know that. You know, it's
School
not that
teachers, just common people, bro. Common people with common shit.
people. Yeah.
And that's the big difference. And corporations actually helped those teachers become rich because they didn't do nothing. All they did was invest in the S&P 500. So at the end of the day, it all comes back to each other, but you don't know how the structure works. So now you're mad at the corporation or mad at an entrepreneur. And it's like, instead of just figuring out, okay, how do I make it for myself, make it work, let me learn, like I always famously try to say, is don't hate the player, learn the goddamn game. You can get way farther by doing that.
Facts. I like that. Someone want to read that comment?
He said, when I first got in the oil field, I had to be better. The good old boy network in full effect, especially in Texas. Me and a lot of brothers had to do what most didn't, and over time we won in the long run. You're absolutely right. Play with a Passport runs a crew. I guess he owns the company for oil rigs, oil drilling. So he's running crew.
I want to say something to that. Shout out to Player for overcoming that situation, but that's gonna happen anyway. You think you're gonna freaking come to Thailand or go anywhere else, and the local competition ain't gonna favor the local competition over the away home player? That happens to everybody. So it's not the good old boy network. It's just a good old network of human people. So they're gonna do that to you regardless. You come over here to Thailand. I know a guy who runs a business and he does some like little betting on fish. Like, anyways, it's some betting at the restaurant. He has to pay $20,000 a year to the police. But the Thai guy, he only got to pay like $500 a month. So imagine that. It's harder for him to keep his business standing because he got this big black market tax on him, while the local guy, bare minimum, not much. But that's what people just do. So it's not even like, hey, anywhere you go, you're going to face the same discrepancies. The guy from Culture faced the same type of stuff. If you ever listen to one of his one-on-ones that run the Soul Food Network out here in Thailand, he said, yeah, that shit. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to open up the door. Yeah, come to our country, build up millions, and we just going to watch you win while we lose. Heck nah. They're going to try to make a fake culture. They're going to try to do soul food, but it ain't going to have a soul in it. So at the end of the day, just keep doing it. Nah, it ain't going to be soulless food. So they're going to try to put it up there. They making your yams with the purple yams from Japan. That ain't the same. I need the ones from America.
The orange ones, exactly.
Yeah. You know what's the reason I laughed at you, 020, in Dallas, there's a place called Soul Man's Barbecue. There ain't no brother in that joint.
Soulless Man Barbecue.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Soulless Man Barbecue.
Yeah, Soulless Man's Barbecue. My mom, boy, she used to get so damn mad. She was like, I want to go and tear that damn sign down. Ain't no damn Soul Man's Barbecue. This shit just made me laugh.
They should have a picture of Freddy Krueger as their mascot, their poster child.
But like 020 said, there's a lot of struggles even overseas trying to run a business. It's sad that we can't do it in our own country that efficiently or that effectively for whatever reason that they have some kind of a stopgap for them to be successful here in America. But I mean, it's great for them, but you can see he brought up a situation where a brother's getting taxed, skin taxed, above and beyond what most people would have to do. That's the other thing you have to worry about when you start businesses overseas is you literally have to be a silent partner to some of these businesses so they don't know.
Which brings me to my next question. Which countries offer the best opportunities for business and building? Anyone want to take it?
020's been in a lot of countries and run a lot of different organizations from those countries, so I'd have to ask him. I don't know.
The best? Woo, that's a hard one, Black Cleaner.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say America. But it's hard because a lot of countries, I'm not hating on them. It's their country. They can do whatever the hell they want, right? But at the end of the day, they still have their restrictions, limitations. You know, Ronan was just talking about joint ownership. They're cutting down even on that. People are getting arrested here and getting deported left and right for nominal ownership. When you got somebody who really runs the day-to-day operations, and on paper he's got 49, but in real life he's really 51 or 70, and the tie is just a little, you know what I'm saying, just a shadow front man, they break that up regardless if it's per the rules in the gray area. They're taking people, yanking them out, confiscating land, contracts, leases, fines, jail time. Like it's hard because all countries have those biased policies in favor of the locals over anybody that's a foreigner. Not saying it's impossible, but it's going to be hard. Remember, the goddamn Saudi Aramco, that oil refinery was built up by Europeans legitimately. But over the years, they were just like, hey, guess what? We taking it back. Do something about it. It's our country. And then over a while, investors said, whatever. We got our return on investment. Let them have it. They could just do that eventually. And I'm just saying, that's something you have to acknowledge. Doesn't mean you still can't get your return on investment. So I say the best way to help is look for the countries that allow foreigners to own land, because that's kind of like an indicator of something that's always coveted and protected, right? So if you could at least buy land as a foreigner in a country, you could usually buy a business 100% ownership. There'll be less hurdles and limitations on your upward mobility, because that country already has policies where it's like, come first, come serve. We don't really discriminate based off of nationality. So that's a good indicator, but you still have to look at what's the rules in the industry you're in, because they protect industries too. Banking, telecommunications, those are very coveted, right? But other industries like, a restaurant, they're going to let you ride out. But you have to look at it and be ready for the laws to pivot. Don't be mad. Be able to adapt and understand going in that things can change and they could revise, and you have to be prepared for that. Have an exit strategy.
I would add to that just a little bit more is there's always Pandora's box. Once you open that box, you will never close it. If you have to start greasing hands and paying things under the table, it will never get away from you. Once they know you are willing to pay above board, they will continue to bleed you the whole time you're there. You will not get from underneath that. Go ahead.
We was talking about that early.
Yeah, I mean, Thailand had that big, whole marijuana's legal out here. So a lot of people came out here like it was the gold rush. And then, of course, things changed and it developed for particular reasons. But because, some people weren't getting greased, like we were just talking about. So they was like, we make it illegal, you can keep doing it, but you got to grease us now. So anyways, things changed, but those people who built legitimate businesses out, now they're dealing with trying to exit. And so you just got to go in. One guy, he was an actual brother. He came out here to do that. He sold it, but one of the things he did smartly was his storefront was really plain, It wasn't much that he invested, because he was like, look, if the rules ever change, I'm not going to invest in, having a coffee shop and design and interior design. And now, when the jig is up, I gotta get so much money back in order to get all the money I poured into the business. He kept it a low initial investment. So by the time they changed the laws, he was like, bro, I already made my return. I'm good if they change the law. So these are some ways where you could just keep those ideas in mind. And that's how you build out your plan of execution and then your exit. He had a great exit strategy. So even though the laws changed, not in his favor, he already received his return on investment within his window because his small initial investment. So that was a smart brother.
And just like in America, there's always a chance of them snatching things from you, eminent domain, you back taxes, all these things. They'll do it in another country.
Airbnb.
You ain't nobody special. In another country, they'll take it just as quick.
Bans on Airbnb, like all that stuff is always evolving and shifting. So I would just say, just do your due diligence and then try to find a lawyer who tells you no more than yes. If you sit down with a lawyer and he's telling you like, yeah, you could do this, you could do that, then that's probably wrong. I seen one guy in Thailand, he was saying no to basically everything. I was like, let me hire him before I do some business. And then he looked at me, he said, no, that's dumb. No, don't do that. So he was honest versus just signing me up so I can go ahead and do business with him so he can get paid. So always just find those lawyers, find those people, do your own due diligence, and then have that exit strategy, because risks come with everything. I'm not saying don't go overseas and don't do nothing. Just build out a plan with the exit in mind.
Exactly. I like that. That was one of the main things that my family told me was you always got to have your exit strategy before you do anything. How you go? Because if you don't,
people don't think about that.
Exactly, because you could paint yourself into a corner if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, it's kind of like just like YouTube, right? Like you build out a channel and you don't keep the end in mind and the exit. Next thing you know, you blow up. And then you're like, oh snap, I got to go back and fix videos. I got to change my image or direction here and there. Because again, you built it and then it's no fault of you. You know, it's not a big deal. You can change. But net, you didn't have the exit in mind. You didn't know that it would, be what it is one day. And you're like, oh my gosh, now I got to change before I get demonetized or, get flagged or whatever the case may be. So just keep that in mind.
Yep, exactly. Okay. Keeping it along. Well, let me see. There was one person that was in the chat who wanted to come on board. His name was Buck. Is that one of yours, Ronan?
Buck Travel is known throughout the travel space. He can say some good things, but he keeps it clean at least. Let's put it that way.
Okay. All right. Well, shout out to you. Thanks again, Brother Lewis, for coming up.
Oh, right on, bro. I'll come in on the next one.
All right. Most definitely. Love having you. We here every Monday starting at 8 p.m.
Right on. Thanks a lot.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fellas. Have a good one.
Hey, it was a pleasure.
What's up, brother?
Especially knowing you from Louisiana, your people.
Right on. Take it easy.
All right, now.
Yes. This is Real Talk with Nate the Black Cleaner. Thank you, people, for chiming in. Like and subscribe.
Okay.
Cool, Key. I'm going to have to do a little spot like that. Every once in a while, I'll play it during my live. I'm biting your shit. I'm telling you now.
Oh, you biting my shit?
Yes, sir. I'm going to go ahead and steal that one. I'm going to do a PSA, a little announcement. Plays in between the show. Just like
It's
that.
all good. As long as you let them know who did it first. It's all good, baby. It's all good.
All right. Unfriendly Stoic, welcome to the stage. How's everything?
Greetings. You guys can hear me well?
Yep, we can hear you.
Cool. I was gonna say about the Thailand thing. You get American citizens to own 100% of a company.
You're fading out.
Did you step away from your phone or whatever?
Now I'm using these Bluetooth headsets.
You're gonna have to. Yeah, because we hear the echo. We can hear more of the echo of the room versus hearing your voice clearly. You might have to.
Turn your volume down, yo. Turn your volume down. Like at least bring it down to halfway.
The volume. Let me try that. Let's see. How about now? Is that better?
Yeah. It's more clearly.
Okay. I see this now. All right. So I was gonna say, the U.S. has like some type of amnesty agreement with Thailand that you can own 100% of your business out there. So you don't need, if you're an American citizen, you don't need a Thai partner to own the business.
When did that happen? Hey, Black Cleaner, can you turn the background music down just a touch?
Sure.
That happened. I'm not sure, but it's been in effect for some time. Let me see. Thailand.
Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate. But, unstoic, what is it? Unfriendly stoic. Most people don't peep that. I be trying to tell them, but it'd be extra paperwork and they don't be doing it. Plus, one of the big things is lawyers don't even know, bruv. Like, it's really bad. Like, the lawyers don't even be knowing. They're like, no, you have to do 49. And that 49 and 51 is only for protected industries. Then what you're talking about is even underneath those protected industries, you can get a BOI and get that done. But for most industries, like a burger joint, they don't have to have that split. but nobody's aware of it. It happened slightly during COVID. They were trying to bring some money in and foreign direct investment back into the country, obviously after the issues.
I know too. If you're trying to do a tech startup, if you go through the BOI, you don't need the same capital requirements. I think you need like 2 million baht, generally speaking, right? And then you gotta hire, one for every one foreigner. You need like 4 ties or whatever. They don't have that.
Still got that one.
If you do it, so like I was looking into something called a Smart S visa, right? And you basically can set up. This is specifically for like tech startups. So if you're trying to do like some type of like mobile application or something like that, right? If you go through the BOI their smart visa like scheme that they have there, you don't need to have the you need, instead of 2 million baht, you need about 600,000 baht, which is like $16,000 or whatever, opposed to 60 grand. You know what I mean? And then you don't need to hire ties. They expect you at some point, but it's not like a hard requirement in the beginning like it is going through the regular route. So that might be an option if you're trying to. And then with the Smart S visa, you get 2 years renewable. So long as that business is open, you can keep renewing for every 2 years or whatnot. Yeah, so those are a couple options in Thailand. You guys want to look at the Smart S visa.
One thing, Black Cleaner, you kind of said this too, Black Cleaner, earlier. It was one thing that you could legitimately do in a lot of countries, but let's give an example of Thailand because I'm here. But if I had to open up a business, it'd be an escrow company. I don't know if most people know what an escrow is. It's just like the middleman for a real estate transaction. And basically, they don't have that here in Thailand, bruv. So legitimately, when you sign over a house.
Are you kidding me? Really? Wow. That's a huge business too.
That's a huge business, right? So now you watch this. Y'all both go to the notary. You got to schedule the right time, the right date, and etc. Then you there with your phone with the bank, like he there with the pen, and then the auditor's there, the notary, the official government man. And then it's like, sign the letter and I'm gonna make the call. And then so y'all got to do it like at the exact moment you transfer the money over, he's signing at the same time right in front of the government official versus, as we know in America, you could be virtual at home, right? And you could just do a sign in, you sign your docs, but all of the paper that's needed for the transaction goes to a middleman. And that middleman, once all the boxes are checked, they distribute out the keys to the new buyer and then the money to the seller, etc. So that would be a great business. And that's something that most Thai people, again, you come from a developed country into the developing country so you could help the developing country, create more products that are copy and paste. You just have to alter them a bit for the local economy. It can't be the exact duplicate of whatever happened in America, but there's some small alterations. The guy did that for a company like Zillow. He literally copied Zillow and then ran it over here in Thailand, and it's the largest brokerage platform in all of Thailand. If you sign on to the website, it looks just like Zillow. But prior to that, it was a bunch of markets with different real estates with their own websites. It wasn't one marketplace with all rentals and all sales like we know Zillow of today. So he did that, sold the data back to developers. It was crazy. He just stole the idea, basically. Or let me say, imported.
Where in Thailand are you?
Me? I'm in Pattaya. The one and only Vice City.
Okay,
Pattaya, Vice City. Go ahead.
I used to live in Bangkok, but I've been bouncing back between Vietnam and Cambodia as of recently. So like right now I'm in Phnom Penh. Well, I'll be in Thailand. Phnom Penh, in Cambodia.
In Cambodia. Okay, got you. Is it true? Is Cambodia got the racially ambiguous big booty? No, I'm just kidding. How is Cambodia?
The fact that you brought that up, the MLS in America, they don't have that in the Philippines. People can ask for whatever the hell they want. Same thing with cars. Same thing with cars. They can pull that shit out their ass. It don't matter how old the car is.
Kelly book.
Because you got to have input fees in order to buy a brand new car and have it shipped to some of these islands. They don't have car lots. So cars hold their value and even stay up around the same price depending on how the cars look. Same thing with a house. That's why I would never buy a house here. There's no fucking way. I'm in the house right now. The guy is like, would you sell? Would you buy? Hell no, I don't want to buy your house.
Well, Ronan, it sounds like you got a good idea.
But yeah, you got
idea for a business.
No, it's a good idea, but you got to have people that want to participate in it. And ain't no Filipino gonna have 13 people on a damn deed want you to dictate how much they want to sell their land for. They ain't up with that.
Well, I mean,
and you got to get all 13 people. The whole thing is you got to get all 13 people to agree. That's the other part of this. Some family members will try to sell from underneath some of the other family members. There's so many verification processes going on here about land and who owns it really, because it's one parent might have bought the house. They had 13 kids, all of them on the title. You might get 7 to agree to sell and the other ones don't. Now what you going to do? Somebody going to get sneaky and have all the other signatures on the paper signed like it was legitimate. You go and buy it. Then all of a sudden on the back end, one of the kids realized you sold that land. I didn't authorize that. You got a whole nother fucking problem.
Oh shit. Not to change the subject, but to all the basketball fans in the sports world, this OKC game is in double overtime right now. It's crazy. 111, 108, Spurs. 3 minutes left in double overtime.
Wow. What's the score?
111, 108, San Antonio.
Damn.
Okay. There's a comment for Financial Frontier. You got someone who wants to get your business information. You on Instagram? You want to shout out your Instagram or any of your contact info?
Yeah, it's just on my YouTube channel. Oh wait, you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on my YouTube channel. You can go there and then it'll be Instagram and boom. Or X.
To speak to one of the
gotta be about money.
Gotta be about money.
You were saying that you should tap into a location where they allow you to buy land. One thing that's interesting about Cambodia is that you can get citizenship here. Like it's like one of the few countries out here that technically you can get citizenship in Thailand as well, but you can get citizenship through investment out here. They got this thing called the Cambodia My Second Home visa, similar to the Malaysian one, but the only difference is this one leads to citizenship. And you make like $100,000 investment plus a $50,000 donation to the government, and you get a 10-year renewable visa, but you get citizenship after 5 years. So you can apply for citizenship after 5 years, and that gives you the ability to do everything a Cambodian, include own land. So I think that's one thing that's interesting about Cambodia. You could go through a process to get citizenship in Thailand, but it's gonna take you.
You can never own land.
You can own land. You can own land in Thailand if you're a citizen. It just takes like 10 years to get it. Because you gotta. So how it works is you gotta apply for a PR, and that takes 3 years. You gotta pay taxes. You gotta make a minimum income of 100,000 baht a month. Pay taxes on that 100,000 baht. And then you do that for 3 years, and you live there for most of the year. Then you can apply for a permanent residence. After that permanent residence application will take about a year to go through. So you're really talking like 4 years or whatever. Right? Then after that, you get 5 years of permanent residency. Then you can apply for citizenship, and then it'll take about another year after the application to get the citizenship. So in total, about 10 years. You go through that process. Now you could fast track that if you get married to a local Thai, and then that will shave some years off. Because then you could skip the PR process, and just go straight into the like a little. I believe it was like 2 to 3 years wait once you get married to get. Don't quote me on that one because I wasn't planning on getting married. So I focused more on the route that didn't require marriage. But I know some guys that got Thai citizenship through marriage, and it was a lot quicker for them.
Yeah, I definitely looked at the Cambodia one before, like legitimately talking to the people, the representatives that run it. But the only issue, and it's not an issue like never could be done. At that time, there was still, it's new. And so they were still trying to chart out like, hey, what does this mean as far as your contribution? Yes, the money's there and that amount is stated. That's why I liked it over a place like Turkey or other places I was looking at. But that was one of the downsides was they were like, hey, look, it's really still speculative. So even after you invest X amount, there's still, like something, the determination is subjective, not objective. It's not like, hey, that's the money. Okay, you get it. It's, hey, okay, you invested, but what is your contribution to Cambodia? Yeah. And that's more subjective to them. So that's but she said they were going to fix it. That's just where it was at that point.
Yeah, right now, the first few people because the program started in 2022, so you're starting to see those people that applied early on when the program first came out. They're starting to get their citizenship now. So I think this is like, next year, I should say, you get to see how well the program worked out. Because you'll see people getting their citizenships and whatnot. And then I think
4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Then you still have to see what was the decision. Because again, that subjective or that subjective opinion of the government saying your contribution to Cambodia. That's very again.
Meaning they want an annual income that they can tax. Basically, is what you're saying in the roundabout way.
No, they legitimately said it's just subjective. Like they have to make a determination on everything that they given.
I don't
is it a net
positive?
Like
I don't think it's like that because
I went there. I'm telling you, but it could change. She said it was getting better.
Yeah, before, right? You could just buy citizenship there. Technically, you still can, but it raised the cost so much that the barrier for entry is.
Yeah, I heard that
that's great. That's great. You could do that anywhere. You could buy it in Thailand.
Yeah, I heard that $150K outlay in USD. That's definitely buying a visa.
Yeah, that's great. That's corruption. So you're basically saying I can corruptly buy citizenship. That's what it is.
That the $100K has to go to some type of investment, right? So it could be a property or
of course. They're not saying it outright that they're taking it as you're buying.
They do say that though.
They're trying to make it look legitimate. Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is that you're buying. It's kind of like the Portugal Golden Visa, where you invest or make a donation, and then after a certain period of time, 7 to 10 years now, it can be 5 years. You'll guarantee.
But yeah.
No, they changed it last year. It's 10 years now.
Okay.
It's 7 years if you come from a Portuguese-speaking country like Brazil or what's it?
So you see what I'm talking about? It just changes. One second it was 5, next minute it was you had.
Well, if you got in before they made the change, then it's grandfathered in.
Which country were we talking about right
now? Not accurate. That's what I'm saying. It's all over the place. It doesn't matter.
You said Portuguese-speaking countries.
Yeah.
Okay, so
no, he was talking about Portugal.
If you wanna, they got a golden visa program, right, in Portugal, where it used to be 5 years, but you made either a donation of like 250,000 euros, or you invested 500,000 euros. Right?
Man, we get so much up for free in America. People don't have to come in with a damn penny and get in the United States.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Those programs suck because the locals hate you too. So you go over there, you spend the money, they don't care.
You spend the money, right? That's what I'm saying. You're buying your way into a country by showing that you are a viable person, and they still treat you like shit.
So, well, yeah.
They still took away the tax incentive, so it was like
once you put that money in, right, you get a 10-year visa. But after 5 years, I think it's a 5-year visa. After 5 years, you can apply for citizenship, or you can just renew it. But they've extended that wait period to 10 years now, unless you come from a Portuguese-speaking country like Angola, Mozambique, Brazil, those countries that were like colonized by Portugal, type shit, right?
And y'all say Donald Trump is fucking mean.
Right.
I'm listening to all this shit, and y'all saying Donald Trump is mean for building the wall and putting restrictions on immigration.
Let's run to Portugal. Let's run to Portugal too while we at it. Let's go to Portugal.
They can come in our colonize to our services, our healthcare, and all these other things, and get benefits. And yet, still, we gotta buy our ways into these countries. We don't get access to any of their benefits, or anything like that. We still have to pay for those things outside of that.
And then look, if you were colonized by us, you don't have to wait. You only have to wait 7 years. We colonized you, so only sit down and wait 7 years instead of 10 like the rest of them. Thank you and you're welcome. This is what I'm saying. That's why I say, like, the shit we say in America, we have not. No, that's how it is, Darnell. This is what I'm saying. We never traveled. We never been nowhere. Like, what the hell? I remember there was this one guy from Portugal talking about American racism. I'm like, bro, you colonized Brazil. How far back are blacks in Brazil? It's the largest demographic of blacks on the planet. None of them are millionaires. None of them are billionaires. They all live mostly in favelas. The majority. It's bad over there. And you talking about America, and you come from Portugal. The Portuguese.
Always trying to kick these immigrants out. God damn, are you serious?
The U.S. offers programs.
And if we colonize you, you can wait 7 years to get a citizenship. You're welcome. We're so benevolent.
And meanwhile, you can get a citizenship within 3 years, a green card at least in America within 3 years.
Yeah, but those are not like good equivalents.
You don't have to bring a penny in.
You can naturalize in Portugal the same way you can naturalize in the States. But if you want to buy citizenship in America, it's like $5 million under Trump's administration, right? And then you can get the what's it called? It's like the E2 visa or something. It's like $100,000. You can get access.
But which one do we have where we say if we colonized you, you could get a citizenship in America after 7 years? Which one does that?
Well, I mean, it's still cheaper. It's still cheaper than paying $5 million to get you a citizenship. So if we're gonna compare apples to apples, we got to compare the citizenship by investment program that the U.S. has in place.
Well, hold on. Last time I checked, when we colonized folks and we jumped them, we said, "Hey, here's some reservations." But the other people said, "Hey, you can get a citizenship one day after 7 years."
If you come,
don't forget the casinos.
If you come from one of those
they got casinos. At least they got casinos.
Yeah, but that's a false equivalent because you're not comparing. Because like let's say I'm from Brazil, right? I can move to Portugal a lot easier than many other citizens, right, of other countries. Get a job there and naturalize. This is specifically for people that have money that want to invest and kind of buy their way in. Because the real benefit of the golden visa.
But see, the rule is you have to invest in their country. We don't allow
hold on.
Invest in our country or not.
Let me land my plane. The golden visa allows you to not be in the country. So meaning, all you got to do is spend, I believe it's 7 to 14 days a year in Portugal to maintain your residency status. So from there, after the 7 to 10 years or whatever, right, you'll get the Portuguese citizenship, which will allow you access to all European Union states and the different countries that partner with the EU, like Switzerland, Norway, and stuff like that. So there's a lot of benefits with that. You can work, live in any of these countries. You can send your kids to school there. But that's a whole different thing, though. That's CBI, the citizenship by investment. Now we talk about naturalizing in the States or naturalizing in Portugal. It's pretty much the same thing. Usually, you get some type of residency status, you get employment, and then you live there for several years. They have their own green card equivalency, and after a couple of years, you can get citizenship. But then you got to live there most of the year, right? So we can't compare citizenship by investment.
I'm just saying we got that too. We just don't require you to be a former colony of ours. That's all I'm saying. But we're the bad ones.
You don't. No, if you're a former colony, then the time frame is less. When you think about it,
it's still a time frame. You keep missing the wave. I don't care if it's 8 days. That's a pro.
Even if there's a time frame, right? You could buy a green card.
Look, now he's justifying. Hey man, well, you got to be colonized, and it makes sense. Defend the colonizers, please.
I'm trying to debate from a standpoint that makes sense. I think we're overlooking what actually matters. The time frame is the time frame that they put on it, but the real thing is, if you look at the equivalent of what the U.S. has, it's far more expensive.
It's far more what? I'm sorry. Expensive?
Expensive. Yeah, it's $5 million. I mean, you could go to
hold on. I'd rather pay $5 million than get colonized, but that's just me. Maybe getting colonized is cheaper. You're right. Maybe it'll just cost me my language, my land, my religion, but it's cheaper.
Right.
$5 million is a lot.
That's not even. What is that? Those countries are colonized, decades and hundreds of years ago.
So now the time frame matters. All right, cool. Hey, it was 20 years ago. I don't want to hear it.
All right. Let me ask you, what's your point? That's what I don't understand.
I'm just saying what you're saying. Hey, it don't matter what time frame it is with the colonization. It happened so long ago, right? I only need to wait 1 year, right?
Hold on.
I'd rather pay what colonization is cheaper than $5 million. I'd rather get colonized than pay $5 million.
You're zeroing in on one particular detail about the Portugal Golden Visa program.
Just one little small, minute detail that people was obliterated in genocide. Just one little small detail. You're right about that.
The conversation wasn't about that. The conversations were you guys were talking about. You guys were comparing. Originally, what we were talking about was land ownership, right? And we were talking about how if you get Cambodian citizenship, you can get land ownership, and there's a pathway through their My Second Home visa programs that allows you to get citizenship. And I also talked about the citizenship path that you could take in Thailand in order to get citizenship there and on land. Then I was comparing that to the Portugal investment golden visa scheme. So that the original conversation was just about how you can own land in these countries and how you can get citizenship in these countries. That whole piece about colonization had nothing really to do with the basis of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? But it's a good way to derail the conversation away from what the actual point of the conversation was about. Now, that's kind of what I was trying to say. Like if we could focus on what we're and then Ronan kind of compared, because I guess the citizenship thing or the birthright citizenship thing is a big topic of debate nowadays among U.S. citizens because people are coming to America and having babies and they get automatic citizenship, and that's something that's only allowed in about 34 countries or not. Brazil,
I didn't know on whether it's by blood or by
that's a point of contention for many people, and I can understand that. But I try to take the emotion out of the debate and focus more on the primary point of what we're talking about, right? But as far as that, you got to. Well,
it's not even an emotional. It's not even an emotional thing, really. Unfriendly. It's about how we're perceived as always being wrong as far as Americans. When we lock down our requirements for you entering our country, where all these other countries already had these standards and enforce them 100% all the time.
I do think that we, especially in New York, they was shipping these guys that were coming over the border from Texas to New York, and it was crazy, you know what I mean? But as far as
the governor shipped all the immigrants in from Texas all directly to New York. What do they call them? Sanctuary cities.
Yeah, I've seen that, man. And You know, so I seen the firsthand effects of it.
But
you know, being
here's the thing: a lot of these rules have loopholes, and what Donald Trump is doing, which I do approve, is he's closing the loopholes and all the gaps that people were taking advantage of. There used to be systems where people were flying Russian women over here just to stay in a hotel until they had babies, so that they can have both the Russian and American citizenship. All countries were doing that.
I blame the American State Department, man. I think they're corrupt.
I mean, I don't know I don't even know if it was true. I saw even in Bruce Lee's situation, he had a birth certificate. It was basically American. His mom came over and had him and went back.
Yeah, that's the thing they were doing in China, like wealthy Chinese.
Yeah.
They would go have babies in America and go back to China.
Exactly. We can't do that to them. We can't do that to them.
Yeah, we're having issues with it's not Russian women, but you know, Phoenix is.
What I'm saying is the immigration policies had so many holes in it. People were basically leveraging it against us in order to take advantage of the system. So when all those gaps started getting closed, all of a sudden the government looks like they're being assholes to the global community when these are known exploited holes that they were taking advantage of. And then utilizing our system, our tax dollars for people that weren't necessarily taxpayers. That's the problem.
What's the solution to this problem?
To me, the best solution is limit how many people can actually immigrate into the country per year and make sure they go through a stringent requirement that if they're coming here for legitimate reasons and they're going to be loyal to the country. You got so many immigrants in here that still aren't even loyal to the United States. They still flying flags and got their own principles. You had a whole senator but literally walk into the house or whatever in an Israeli uniform. Come on now, where's your loyalty at? You got Somalis that are in the government. You got all kind of people that are in the government are loyal to their countries first, not the United States. But you're claiming to be a citizen of the United States? Nah. You're here. You might have been born here, first generation, but you still loyal to your homeland, not the United States. What is the first part of you committing to the United States? Swearing loyalty to the country.
All right, my question, don't they have some type of quota system already? I know.
Nope.
Yes, there is a quota system.
Is it being followed is the question. Was it?
But that's where I'm saying what I would do as far as a solution. I think the U.S. State Department needs to be investigated. You know, the reason I say that, kind of going to what Ronan was talking about, where they were flying in Russian women. We didn't have that. We didn't have Russian women here, but they're flying in women from Thailand. That work a lot of them all the time. I mean,
your connection,
Darnell, your connection. You need to walk closer to your internet connection because you're starting to talk like you're underwater. You're warbling badly.
Oh, my bad. Is it getting better?
No, not yet.
Hold on. How about now?
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's getting better now.
My bad. I was outside smoking a cigarette, but what I was saying, to go to Ronan's point, when he was talking about Russian women, you know, being flown in the country, you know, here in Phoenix, we didn't have Russian women, but we had women from Thailand being flown in. Thing is, they had legitimate, you know, they were being trafficked, but they had legitimate paperwork to be here. Like, they were here legit, you know, but some kind of way, you know, how were they getting legitimate visas to be here and stuff like that, you know? And what
a lot of them came over on tourist visas. Saying you're over on a tourist visa is a legitimate reason, but you came over on a tourist visa in your ninth month. You get what I'm saying? Knowing that you give it to give birth. I'm saying my situation I brought up, not the one you're bringing up. Not the one you're bringing up, but my situation is they literally came over in their 8th and 9th month on a tourist visa just to have children.
I don't think airlines allow you to travel if you're that pregnant. I think is that illegal?
They're not policing people like that, bro.
I did hear something about that. Like, if you're pregnant, because they.
No, I have never seen, and I've been married twice with pregnant wives. They are never asked her, how many months are you to fly? That's between her and her doctor. You heard of HIPAA? They can't ask that question.
Okay.
This is why I say sometimes, you know, we be sitting in the... Oh, go ahead.
All right, what if, like, let's say they immigrated on like the EB3 visa, which is a work visa, right? They got green cards, and then they decide to have children. Shouldn't those children have access to U.S. citizenship if they went through the right process and channel? If you're talking about a very specific thing, which is like what do they call that?
Can you repeat what you said?
Tourism. So, like, for example, they got
birthright. Somebody has a green card, went through the process is different. Yeah, if you have a green card, you've gone through the process of your child here, and then I have no problems with that. You come over on some kind of sly underway, and then have a child here, and just by default of the way our government works, birthright citizenship, you're on the land, not by blood. All of a sudden makes you a United States citizen. That was on the slide. You knew you were pregnant. You knew you were about to give birth. You still stepped on that plane to do that. That was a choice.
What if, like, so my question is, what percentage of people that are being born in this country to immigrant parents, right, hits that specific scenario that you're talking about? Because
right now, if you look at ICE right now, what's been going on in the country, that's the problem that's going on. A lot of illegals came over, they had children, and by default, the secondary part of that birthright citizenship is if your child was born, now you're linked to that child, and for the good of the child, you now get to stay in the United States too. But none of them went through the process of legitimizing their citizenship, even though they were here on their child's behalf, of being good for the children, and they're the citizen, not the parent. They never went through the process of ever becoming citizens. They didn't think they needed to. Now, when they're being shipped back home because they never legitimized their citizenship, they lived vicariously in this country because their child was born here while they were illegal. See how it compounds the problem?
Do you think
that's what's going on right now, and why that's why they're pulling on the heartstrings of America on the press is, oh my God, they're sending my mother home and she's been here 30, 40 years, longer than I've been alive, blah, 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 right? Well, that's because she got the ability to stay here because of you. You were the anchor baby. Now that you're grown, your parent never even really went through the process of getting a green card to become a citizen, nor do they even still speak the language. They're still speaking their natural language. You ain't doing shit while you for years.
When you have an anchor baby, right? Like, I think they get the green card through that process of having an anchor baby, right?
They get the green card because of the anchor baby, but the whole thing is that's still what they're saying. That shouldn't have happened. They allowed the parent to stay because it was for the good of the child, not that the parent had a legitimate right of being here. They still were illegal.
No, but
you know what I mean?
Card,
you're using the law loophole to allow yourself to stay. Okay, so fine. You get to stay. Your child is a citizen. Why didn't you go through the process over the last 35, 40 years of getting your actual naturalized citizenship and getting your legitimate?
May I interrupt real quick? I just looked up the State Department. May I interrupt real quick? It has to do with the topic.
Good.
So the State Department visa rule, under a U.S. Department of State regulation, consular officers must deny a B1, B2 visitor visa for any applicant if they have reason to believe the individual's primary purpose of travel is to give birth on U.S. soil. So there is some kind of
that just happened, bro. I just went over thing August 24th of 2025. That law just changed. I did a whole live on that and why it was going to start causing people to have to be flown home because they were using that, and they just closed that up basically last year in August. I did a whole live on it or a show on it, and that's why now it says that. Before it was so gray, there wasn't nothing outlined. When was that law revised or actually being enforced? I guarantee you it was August 2025.
No, sir. According to this travel.state.gov birth tourism update, last updated January 23rd, 2020.
Yeah, but it was reinforced in 2025.
Yo, Black Cleaner, where you at? What we doing?
Black Cleaner passed out. What time is it over there? He's in Panama.
I'm not
right?
passed out. I'm just at the refrigerator, but we letting it rock. I'm monitoring. I mean, if you want to step off, you good.
But like for me, right? Like when you get a green card, however you get it, right? You're technically not illegal anymore, right? And like if I go to, I don't know, Thailand or something, and I go to the proper channels to get residency there, I'm not required to get citizenship. I could just stay there indefinitely as a PR, right? So like why do you get chastised for being? Because technically, when you're a green card holder, for tax purposes, you're considered a U.S. person. Same way a business entity or a U.S. citizen.
Green card holder, you're not a U.S. citizen. You're just authorized to be here in the United States.
No, a U.S. person. So like, I'm talking like when you're considered a U.S. person, you're taxable, no matter where you're at. So like, let's say I'm a green card holder, and I go spend a couple months in another country. I still got to file taxes in the U.S. And just the same way. The only difference is that you can't vote, and then you could lose your.
When you get a green card, you actually get a social security number or EIN, and so you can vote.
No, green card holder.
No, you do. You do. No, you do. As a green card holder, a non-green card holder can't work. A green card holder does get an EIN.
Vote in the presidential election.
I don't think they should be able to vote because they're not legitimate citizens. So why do you have?
They're not allowed to vote. You could work as a green card holder.
Right.
Yeah, but you can't vote.
You can't vote. You should be able to.
Yeah. So, like for example, like my parents are immigrants. So I was born in Queens, in New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
My mom's from the UK. My father's from Jamaica, right?
Okay.
My mom, she got her bachelor's degree in America. She got her master's degree in America. She's worked in the medical system across several different hospitals in the New York City region, and she just recently got her citizenship, maybe like 5 years ago.
Congratulations to her.
She's been in the States since the 80s or whatever, right? So my thing is though, is like, why would she get chastised when she's a model, quote unquote citizen? And I mean, the only reason why she went ahead and got her U.S. citizenship because we seen what was going on with ICE. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's almost like you're kind of forced to to protect yourself from these fucking bandits. Excuse my language, but like it's like there are plenty of green card holders that add value to the American society, and then like a lot of these immigrants are doing jobs that Americans don't want to do, and I don't think they're actually like. And when it comes to like professional work, there's a limit on how many visas they can give. I forgot the name of it, but I know it's like a hard set 50,000 visas per year limit. You know what I mean? So like a lot of people say that immigrants are taking the U.S. citizen jobs, and like I just don't see it.
But wait, hold on. We can do Portugal reserves the right to change the rule. I didn't complain about it because it's Portugal. So I don't understand how, again, this is what I'm saying, the hypocrisy. I don't give a damn if Thailand says, hey, we don't want you here, even though I invested or I did this. They can do that. Portugal recently did it. Other countries do it. And when they do it, we say, well, it's their country. But when we do it, it's now these become crooks, evils. Like, it's crazy. In Thailand, nobody looks at an immigration officer asking somebody from documentation and seeing if they're staying in the country illegally. You won't get Thais beating them up, trying to stop them, calling them creeps or evil. It's simple. Don't be in the country illegally. End of story. End of story. Yeah, and even if they change the legality of it and say, hey, we don't want you to be here longer than 30 days. We don't want 90 days. They do that too. I'm not like, hey, Thai people, shut up. Why wouldn't you want tourists to come? They're added value. It's their country. We allow them to do what they want to do. So the same thing applies to America. But you got more negative resentment. Like, Americans can do that. They can say that. It's their country.
Yeah, but I disagree with is that if you're a green card holder, you are technically legal.
Bro, I'm just telling you, Thailand changes the rules too for people who are here legally. They say, hey, we don't want this visa no more. It should not be. That's what they did for golden visa. They changed the rules. They're allowed to.
If you have a green card, you're not illegal.
Bro, you're not listening. I said that they're changing the rules for people who are legal too. You could be illegal or legal. They still can change the rules and say, hey, we don't want this to exist no more. We don't agree with it. That's what they said with the golden visa. That's why they had to alter it, revise it, because people said, hey, we don't want this anymore, period. And I didn't hear nobody tell them, hey, they can't do that. You can't, they here legally. You got to shut up now. No, they don't.
Which golden visa are you talking about? The Portugal one?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason why they
it doesn't matter. They changed it. They're allowed to change it. It's legal, but they're allowed to change it. And they have protests. I know. I have a lawyer that does my immigration for Portugal.
I don't think
I'm not speculating.
I'm just saying.
Exactly. So Americans can do it too.
If you have a green card, you're technically legal. And even
Americans can do it too. End of story.
My question: what changes are they trying to make? Because my understanding is just about birthright citizenship.
It's not it. They can. It doesn't matter. They're allowed to do it.
I'm not saying they're not allowed. I'm just talking about if you're legally in the country, right? Based on whatever the legal laws were at the time that you got in the country, right?
What you're saying is people should be grandfathered in. Is that what you're saying? That if they were here legally at the time and the law
you can't tell people of the land what they should do, period. Even if Thai people say you're no longer grandfathered in, you have to leave. You were on here on the DTLR. You were here on the D7. They can change that unless you want to fight the locals and say that they're not allowed to change it and they have to do grandfather. There's no such rule in the universe where you have to do a grandfather clause on things that people used to come and it was legal, and then they changed it and said, hey, we no longer want this to exist in our country. You're not grandfathered neither. We're just revoking it. They can do that. It's their country.
I get what you're saying, but my question is isn't the thing that they're trying to change is birthright citizenship? Like, let's focus on the actual point here. What are they trying to change?
America?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
They can change that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't know why there's a debate. Like, they're allowed to do it. It's the people and the story.
Explain my reasoning right there. As soon as I get it. I just need you to answer the question. Is the thing that they're trying to change birthright citizenship, right? Or the way you have access to birthright citizenship. It's not unconditional anymore. It's conditioned to the birthright citizenship. Am I correct? Or is there other things that they're trying to change that I'm unaware of? I'm genuinely asking the question because my understanding of it is they're trying to change. Can I take this one?
Yeah. They're trying to change many things. It's not just one person trying to change one thing and that's it. All right. There's always a spectrum, right?
Yeah. They're trying to change. So the American people, when they voted for President Trump, they got tired of immigration, period. Okay. They were like, hey, no immigration. I'm kind of exaggerating just a little bit here.
Yeah, definitely are.
But the thing is that they had concerns about the H-1B visas, et cetera, birthright citizenship, et cetera. Yeah. But the thing is that so you got certain blocks that want one thing, and then you got other blocks that want another. So exactly. So like Elon Musk, for example, he kind of, in my opinion, he used the MAGA crowd, and turned his back on ending H-1B visas, for example, and that really pissed off a lot of
He didn't turn his back, just don't agree with it. So there goes the spectrum, right? Like he just was like, nah, H-1B visas is good. I'm talking about this. So everybody's different. Everybody's different. Omega, yeah, but Omega is not the same. And Donald Trump didn't say he had an H-1B visa. So you know what I'm saying? Y'all don't even sound right. And then some people are in the MAGA and they don't agree. Surprise, surprise. People in the same political party.
Right,
oh my gosh, you would have known they don't agree. So anyways, all of them are different. People want different things. Some want to be written, period. They don't want it to exist. Someone don't want the actual loophole to exist where people can get pregnant, bring people over, etc. They have to be legal, right? They can't be illegal and do it. Some people are okay with it still, long as they're legal. So these are all these different fractions. Then someone say, well, what about H-1Bs? And they go over there. So again, there's many different fractions inside one group. And they all believe different things.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. You got what the people want.
Just go read it, man. Just go read it. Just go look it up. We can keep talking. You just chat GTP it now and ask what the government specifically is trying to change. It's that easy. It's 2026. So just do that.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I'm asking because I think Brotherhood Travel might know the answer, but that's what I was trying to understand. Like, what is the government trying to do? Because my understanding is
just Google it. Go ahead.
Like, that's okay. I'm listening.
It's kind of, I'll be honest with you, it's kind of hard. So, like, for one, they haven't ended H-1B visa. In fact, from what I understand, I believe they may have even expanded it. Citing lack of technical talent in the United States.
Good.
The thing is that I don't know if anybody remembers a few years ago, or actually no, I think it was just last year. But President Trump, it was last year. President Trump, he brought over a bunch, people from South Africa, claiming they were refugees. There's a lot of, there were whites from South Africa claiming that they were being persecuted because they were white. No one complained about that immigration. So this is just my opinion. I do believe
that's not true.
Well, okay, the liberal media. I'm talking on the conservative. I'm talking on the conservative right. They weren't complaining about white South Africans coming over here.
No, because it was only like 2%, but that would be stupid. But go ahead.
Yeah, in my opinion, I do believe it has more to do with non-white immigration. Even President Trump has been quoted as saying he wants to see more immigrants from European nations like Scandinavia.
And not shithole countries. Yeah, we understand.
And surprise, most of the people that are there for the years have been brown and black. So the insinuation that there's some kind of corruption or whatever the fuck you want to insinuate, most of the immigrants that came here have been brown and black. That's like 80%.
Yeah, but
so racist America for over decades have been immigrating black and brown immigrants. Y'all sound crazy. That's all I'm saying. Y'all sound crazy. Y'all be trying
I quoted the president of the United States.
I don't care. I'm quoting stats. I'm quoting statistics, not what somebody said. What actually happens on the ground is 80% of black and browns. I don't give a dang what Trump say. He could say one thing the next day. Anybody can say one thing the next day. I look at statistics. I look at the numbers. The numbers prove that that's not accurate. It's far from right. It's mostly black and brown people. Period.
Hey, cool. All the time. Oh, there he is. He's up. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, that was it.
Yeah, I'm looking right now on ChatGPT.
Somebody asked me a question because I stepped away from the mic. I'm sorry. I had to go pick up a package downstairs.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what they're trying to change. So it seems like they're trying to get rid of the undocumented, like what I see on Gemini, they say undocumented, so I guess illegal. But that, if you have a green card, then you would be considered undocumented, right? You would have a green card, social security number, ID documented, right? So that's one. So they're doing a mass deportation of these people, right? Then removal of safe havens, which we were just talking about earlier. massive funding bill. Congress leaders are moving $72 billion immigration enforcement bill designed to supercharge deportation. Then they want to cut down on legal immigration and visas. So for people that are legally immigrating, they're trying to make it harder for them to get in.
Right.
With welfare restrictions, stuff like that.
Correct. Not access to our systems. Correct.
Yeah. And then birthright citizenship, which is, I can agree. Or I think there's some nuance to that, but for the most part. Yeah. But this doesn't, I wouldn't say this affects like the immigrants that I'm talking about specifically because they're documented. So I guess what I'm saying is like, if you have a green card, you shouldn't be chastised. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Like,
no, if you have a green card, you're documented.
Tell anybody that.
Yeah.
Go tell Portugal the same thing. Go tell Thailand the same thing. Go tell any country that, because people do it. It's not an American specific thing. So just say the world shouldn't chastise people. Exactly. The world shouldn't chastise people that do have the appropriate immigration. Okay.
Well, I don't think we should.
Mexico does that too. So there we go.
I don't think we should be concerned with other countries. That's immigration policies.
That's stupid, because they're in the world. They're in the world too. Why wouldn't we consider them too? You acting like our situation is unique. You act like our situation is different. It's not different.
Listen.
This is why your life looks like the way it looks like. That's all I'm saying. You're not
here we go. Going off, derailing the conversation.
You're missing
derailing the conversation.
How do you subtract the entire word?
And you're missing the point.
Come on
now.
Can't we all get along? Come on.
Now chimed in
the
too.
Entire planet.
Real talk with Nate every Monday at 8 o'clock. Please like and subscribe, people. You guys are getting a little heated. Don't stop. Let's go.
All right. So here's what I'm trying to explain. Okay. Not all countries' situations are created equally. You also got to consider, birth rate, right? What's going on in our country? The birth rate is declining. Okay. So in other words, our social security system, for example, in the future, there's going to be less and less workers, to fund the older generation. We're going to have a problem funding social security. Even our government has come out and said social security, I believe, is supposed to run out of money 2032 or somewhere in there. So what do you do if you have strict immigration policies? Because say Portugal, since we brought up Portugal, has strict immigration policies. I would say that's kind of stupid because, hey, we need people to come here, work, and to pay into the system. You have countries like Japan, for example, that have they've already had a declining birth rate for decades, and they have the oldest population.
Portugal actually doesn't have strict immigration policies.
I just use Portugal as an example.
Yeah.
I just used it as an example. Just it could be any country, but
I get your point. You're saying that these immigrants are not all bad, or bringing people in is not necessarily a bad thing because they can pay taxes and add to the Social Security fund that's funding our elderly population.
I mean, illegals right now paying $80 billion worth of taxes that they can never access. So I mean, yeah, that's a good thing, but at the end of the day, just come in right.
Oh no,
and that way you get to benefit from the system.
Because they can't even benefit from the taxes that they pay. Is what you're saying. So that's just free money for America. Yeah, that's good.
Exactly.
That sounds good.
I don't care if people come or no.
The world doesn't revolve around you, O2O.
Exactly. That's what I'm about to say. But you need to be quiet and allow somebody else to speak, and you need to start winning in life so it can match what you're saying. But anyways, at the end of the day,
I want to chime in, but I also wanted to bring Charlie Chan TV to the stage for the first time. He's on my panel. Salute.
Yes, sir. Salute to you, Black Cleaner, and the panel, man. I see you over here doing your thing, man, and I had to pull up and support.
Much appreciated to you. Much appreciated. I really appreciate it, man. Because I'm always quoting you over here too. because I be always saying in this thing of ours, but I always give you the shout out because that's one of your favorite sayings. So, salute for you being here.
And if I may, man, I really mean that to the bottom of my heart, man. This thing of ours, bro, just because people be like, oh, y'all guys only this, that, and the third. I say, listen, man, a lot of business deals are done on the golf course. A lot of business deals are done in gentlemen clubs. Why we can't be like-minded brothers that like to travel? So shout out to you and the panel.
I appreciate it. Oh yeah, let me introduce. This is my cousin Kool Keem. Kool Keem, this is a Charlie Chan. He's another brother that's is a part of this YouTube thing of ours that we do. He has his own channel, Charlie Chan TV. Check it out. He's always talking about this positive business, relationships, everything. So, he's one of these people that I always, get on his lives and talk. So I just wanted to give him, all his blessings and salutes over here. My floor is your floor, mi casa is su casa. So however you want to do it, you do it.
Salute.
Respect. What's up, man?
All right, so back to what we were saying.
We got what the hell with Darnell. Oh, my apologies. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, go ahead. What the hell, Darnell?
Yeah, we got. I think this is the first time that I'm on a panel with Unfriendly, but shout out to you, bro. Like I said, we got what? Shout out to him. He just has some very unique ways of looking at things. We got OTO in the building. If you don't know, you won't know. Messing with good brother, you know what I mean? Shout out to OTO. We got one of the oracles, goddamn it. My apologies. We got one of the oracles, Ronan, in the building. So, man, shout out, man. It's like a family reunion over here, man. I feel right at home. So, thanks for extending the hand of gratitude, brother.
Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna spin the block a little bit. So let me let you get your input on the topic, which is brotherhood and building abroad. Do you think it's possible? And if so, what are we building here? What's your feedback on that?
Oh, absolutely, man. That is a great title. We got some naysayers, but I'm a strong believer. I am where I am in this YouTube space, and I'm not even saying I'm extremely far, but where I am is because of this thing of ours. A lot of brothers have supported. We got brothers that I've met through the internet, like Ronan and OTO, that I consider to be good brothers in this space that is just like a treasure trove of knowledge, man. So we are already in the midst of building. We just got to dodge these naysayers and these player haters to complete what we got going on. I don't think it's just possible. I think we're in the middle of it. I mean, there's two brothers in Colombia that got together. I thought they was in war together. They met each other in Colombia and they built a hotel. I think that says a lot about the space.
Facts.
Facts, true that.
So yeah, for sure.
Anybody else got anything to chime in? Because actually I didn't even ask Unfriendly Stoic that question. So while we on that, we we'll stick a feather in with that conversation that you all was having before. Do you want to say something on the building overseas, Unfriendly Stoic?
I think it's important that we do that, but it's also important to kind of link with people that are like-minded, because of just from my experience, a lot of people are kind of like for themselves, or they're just trying to figure out what they can get out of you. But if you meet with like-minded individuals that are on the same wavelength, then you can build a strong brotherhood. So there's just got to be a vetting process.
If I may, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
No, I was just asking if I may I rebuttal that? Is when you say that, it leads me to be under the impression that we just want to link with all people that's of the same skin. That's far from what we're doing. We are dealing with a lot of people that are of the same skin, but the most important quality that you have to be of the same mind. You have to be over here willing to build. You have to be over here willing to play a part on a team. A team is only strong when everybody knows their role. It's not too many captains. It's not too. If a team full of quarterbacks went out on the field, they would get slaughtered. So everybody over here supposedly is supposed to have a like mind.
Yeah, but
let me
there
ask
gotta
you,
be some type of vetting process to like take your
Yeah,
time.
of course.
Yeah.
I got
Absolutely, and that's why me myself as Charlie Chan, I say it's the difference between the YTF, which is the YouTube family, and this thing of ours. Everybody is not a part of this thing of ours, but everybody that pull up and show love on YouTube.
The Black Cleaner, Nate's Odyssey, traveling while black, real stories, no filters. Follow the journey, across the world we've roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth, the Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters, no pretending. Follow the journey, real stories, never ending. From Panama nights to Cartagena views, trying to understand life from a different point of view. Conversations get deep when the camera's cut on. Talking purpose, pain, and trying to stay strong. Traveling while black in a world full of judgment. Trying to find freedom while escaping the dysfunction. Some people chasing money, some searching for healing. Others just trying to understand what they really feeling. Nate's Odyssey, every episode authentic. Talking real life lessons, people scared to mention. Relationships changing, friendship fading slow. Trying to find your purpose while still learning to grow. Follow the journey, across the world we've roam, searching for peace while trying to build a home. Through the love and the loss, through the pressure and growth, the Black Cleaner speaking truths most people never told. Follow the journey, no filters,